Welcome to the fourth round of second Indore International Grandmaster Chess Tournament 2024 being held at the IPSA Academy here at Indore. We had seen the transmission of last round, third round yesterday, and now we have got an interesting situation in the tournament. There are 131 participants in the tournament from 16 countries and quite a large number of Indian contingent, but we also have different continents being represented. We have a player from USA, and we have a player from Peru, and we have a player from Egypt and other African countries. We have a lot of Asian players, including players from Iran, players from Philippines, players from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and various other countries. And we have some players from the Soviet Union. There you have a player from Belarus, we have a player from Russia, and we have a Russian player who is now playing for Belgium. So we have a strong field of 10 Grandmasters and 25 International Masters, 2 women Grandmasters, out of which one of them is leading the field, and more than 50% of the participants have FIDE's international title. At the moment, after 3 rounds, we have 8 players sharing the lead with 3 points each, and we have 12 players on the second spot with 2.5 points each. Now let us come to the games one by one. The top 4 boards will have the players who have all the points, and the top board is Dipan Chakravarti versus Boris Savchenko. Savchenko is second seed in the tournament, and let's see how the game went. Game started with e4. Dipan has always played e4. I think it's a favorite opening, and Savchenko generally always e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. A more or less a standard variation, though Russians often play knight f6 instead of this, which is called Russian defense or Petrov defense. But this is the most standard opening. Again, nothing surprising, the Spanish opening of the Royal Lopez, popularized by almost all the world champions, Bobby Fischer, Kasparov, Anand. Standard variation being played. One of the most popular openings we see, and b5, not all that popular. Bishop e7 was a regular choice, and bishop c5. Archangel's variation, this has been popularized by Grandmasters Belyavsky and Mikhail Cheshin over 3 decades back, and this line, which was considered to be not so good, has now become one of the most dangerous weapons against Royal Lopez. It's one of the most popular openings where Black wants to play for a win and wants to avoid simplification. d3, a standard way of playing, going for a slow game. Yesterday we saw a game in this opening won by Ratnakaran, the International Master. So interesting opening, but d3 is little slower, and had white played c3, it would have led to more sharper continuations with lot of action taking place in the early part of the game. Here we can see about a strategic play for first 15 moves, and then some actions will start. So d6, Black wants to move the knight to a5, c6 knight to a5, thereby gaining the bishop for a knight, and White makes a square for the bishop, and simultaneously White also attacks the black pawn. White wants to take the black pawn because Black won't be able to recapture the pawn due to the a8 rook being hanging. So needless to say, a standard position. Yes, I'm a bit surprised why Savchenko is taking so long for this. It's quite an obvious system, and played by Kasparov against Vishwanathan Anand in one of their games, not a match game, but after the match. So very popular opening. The common moves are, bishop b7 is one move, rook b8 is one move, bishop g4. A lot of moves are there, a standard position. Savchenko, a couple of decades ago, I think he had been, he had reached a rating of 2600, and perhaps he's no longer that highly rated now. So somewhere I think he needs to take a lot of time. White's idea is to play knight c3 next when Black saves the pawn, and then knight goes to d5, and after the preliminary exchanges, White tries to exploit the weakness in the Black's pawn structure. Slow game is likely to take place here. Let's look at board 2. Board 2, we have a third seed player. Let's go from the move 1. So we have Fedorov from Belarus, or Belarusia as they call it, playing against Amir Audi. Amir Audi is an international master, a talented player from Goa, and who has played many tournaments successfully. He is looking for a Grandmaster norm, and he's almost a rating of 2400. So we can see a interesting game here too. D3. Okay, Fedorov goes for a simple variation. As we see, once upon a time the Soviet Union dominated the chess world, but today it's India that dominates the chess world. In the World Candidate Tournament, which will take place at Toronto in month of April, there will be 3 Indian participants in a total of 8, and in women's we will have 2 participants out of 8 from our country. So we are going to be the largest contingent in the World Championship candidates event, which is a tournament to qualify for the World Championship. It's the challenger will be decided from that. So as a result, India is now one of the most with the strongest chess playing nations, and Indians are one of the most feared opponents. As we can see, most of the grandmasters, when playing against younger international masters of the India, are going for slow option and trying to take them out of the preparation. We Indians are very good at calculations, the tactics, mathematical part of chess, as well as the study part of it. They are very well prepared. One of the best prepared players we find in India. So a slow system, which is White wants to take advantage of the experience compared to what the exact opening preparation would mean. D5 played quite quickly, so knight d2, a standard variation, knight f6. This line, although it looks a bit better for black, but it has been successfully played by Bobby Fischer as well with white, and a standard position. There are great masters like Mikhail Botvinnik, former world champion, who played this system from both sides. So very interesting position. We can see that the game has now transposed into King's Indian attack or reverse King's Indian defense. So King's Indian defense is exactly the opposite of this. White plays like what black has played here, and black plays like what white has played here. So we have a reverse King's Indian defense, or a King's Indian attack as we call it, a position which would lead to a roughly equal position. Black wouldn't have any problems in this, I think. Let's move to the third board. Third board, an interesting match again. Yet another King's Indian defense. King's Indian defense seems to have become very popular opening in this tournament. So Taibaz is from Iran. Taibaz Arsh is from Iran. He's playing against international master Ratnakaran of Kerala, and knight f3. Ratnakaran is always a King's Indian defense player, so it's easy for the opponents to study. Okay, an interesting option of double fianchetto, and not a very common opening, but played by Kramnik. This position has been played by Kramnik and Topalov and some strong players. So recently, since the lockdown, this opening has gained a lot of popularity, first in online games and now also in the tournament games. Black will need to play a bit accurately in order to equalize, although nothing difficult. White's setup is not very ambitious. Queen c8. Ratnakaran, in his original style, makes a move which is perhaps uncommon, and yet he is very comfortable. You can see the time both the players are playing fast, blitzing out the moves. So something Ratnakaran always tries to attack the opponent's king, and the bishop on g2 is a very important defender in White's camp. Ratnakaran goes for exchange of this bishop. Now it's the course of the game is going to be clear. Black is going to exchange this bishop and try to counter White's center. So black has exchanged one piece and exchanged light colored bishop. White is thinking. Apparently, interesting attempt of playing the game in a different fashion when the bishop on b2 is not a very useful piece if white pushes d5. If white pushes d5, which is the most natural course here, then the bishop on g7 is bad, but bishop on b2 is temporarily at an awkward position and must come back to c1 eventually. Black will have problems on the white squares because the light square bishop, the white square bishop bishops have been exchanged, and should the players reach an endgame in this pawn structure, then I think white would have better chances. But certainly a very fertile position with any result possible. Let's move to the fourth board, the only board left where the players have cent percent points, 3 out of 3 games. Here we have woman Grandmaster PV Nandita, who represented India in the chess Olympiad in 2022. She is playing against Hesher Abdul Rahman. Abdul Rahman is also a very strong player. He is a Grandmaster and PV Nandita is a woman Grandmaster. So let's see how the game goes on. E4, a standard opening, and c5. So some Sicilian defense is one of the most common openings against king pawn openings. So we can expect a lot of games to go in this fashion. We have standard open Sicilian here and bishop d3. Nandita has played a move which is not very common. I see recently there are quite a few games and recently new ideas are being played in this system. I haven't studied the system myself, but something which has picked up only in 2023 and 24, not a very old variation. Black overprotects, black right likes to attack the e4 pawn, white overprotects the e4 pawn with the bishop rather than moving the bishop to other squares. And white is prepared to give this bishop for a knight. So when black moves the knight and attacks the bishop, white doesn't save the bishop. And when the bishop is captured, black would capture with the c2 pawn, thereby strengthening the center. The idea is to have a strong pawn on e4, and let's see how the game goes. Yesterday Nandita played a very powerful game against international master Nilas Shah, and she won from black pieces with aggressive play. Let's see how she plays today. Let's move to the next game. This time you can see the Indians are quite good in preparations. Nandita has hardly taken any time, whereas the opponent has already taken half an hour. So in all the boards we see that Indians study well before they come for the game. I think they do their homework very well. It's one of the reasons for the Indian supremacy in the world chess now. We have on the fifth board onwards, we have players who have a 2.5 out of 3 points. That is the players who have made one draw and won 2 games. Here we have a top seed Grandmaster Inyan. Inyan made a draw yesterday. He was not able to win his game yesterday, and as a result, he is on 2.5 points. Utkal Ranjan Sahu from Orissa, very aggressive player. Let's see. Dutch defense opening, which is supposed to be a very sharp opening and played by very few top players. The world champion Botvinnik was one of them, but players like Garry Kasparov or probably Anand have never played this system with black, although it has its own advantages and disadvantages both. Standard treatment. This fianchetto setup against Dutch defense became common when world champion Petrosian started using it. Otherwise it was more natural, it was taken more natural to develop the bishop to other square, to d3. But this is a good system. Black goes for a stone wall setup. Stone wall Dutch supposed to be a solid system where black has a very difficult stone wall of the pawns d5 and e6 and f5 and c6, and white pieces are not able to penetrate through. But black has some limitations in developing the pieces. The pawns take some of the important squares for the pieces, The e6 pawn takes an important square for the light colored bishop at e6. The c6 pawn takes away the best square for the b8 knight. So while black has made some strategic plan of a strong stone wall, black has also made some compromise with regard to the movement of pieces. That's the reason why this opening is not very common. b3, the move which was played first by Petrosyan, and world champion Petrosyan exchange the bishops with bishop a3 next, and he had a good position. World number 2 Nigel Short was the first one to prevent this exchange with queen e7, and that is what has been played here. This has been a standard way of play for last 3 decades, but before that things weren't very clear. Now this play is logical. Knight e5, castles, queen c2, knight b7, bishop f4. Standard variation. The bishop would not be well placed on b2. It would be hampered. The development or the activity of the bishop on b2 would be hampered due to the presence of d4 pawn by white. So b3 was an attempt to exchange the bishops, and when black doesn't permit you to exchange the bishops, then develop it at a normal square. So we can say white has a slight positional advantage here, as all the theoreticians say, but a position that is very interesting. Okay, Inyan has played very fast compared to Utkal. Let's move to the next board, the 6th board. So here you have Grandmaster Vitaly Teterov, also from Belarusia, playing against International Master Shamnikal. Shamnikal became an international master long back, and it's a good opportunity for him to go for his Grandmaster title. Okay, we have Rosaluma attack. Yesterday we saw three games in this system, and now we have one here. Bishop b5 check, knight bd7. Shamnikal plays the sharpest variation, the most active variation of this. Black tries to win and makes the things complex. Standard developing move. And well, white has taken. As you see, the preparation of Indian players is very good, and I think knight d7 came as a surprise because white had played this quickly, but when this was played, knight d7, a4 was played quickly, and after knight f6, knight c3, g6. Here, white has taken quite some time. White is preparing for the future development of the position, where to put the pieces. Black wants to play bishop g7 and castle, and then drive away the white bishop. Bishop could retreat or take the knight. The game is very flexible here, and we could see a very interesting game from this opening as well. Let's move to game 7. We have Glek, a very strong player. Igor Glek, a theoretician and a player who was considered to be a very dangerous opponent a couple of decades ago. He played for Russia then, and now he's playing for Belgium. He has settled down in Belgium as a coach. We have a Saurabh Anand, former national under-9 champion, and I think he has won some more national championships. Just still a teenager, I believe, or probably just gone into 20. Plays e4, e5 with black. Bishop into knight. A simple system doesn't really pose any problems to black if black is strategically adequate. This is an opening that was played first at the topmost level by world champion Emmanuel Lasker, who was a world champion for 27 years, and he had great success with this opening. But as Fischer and other players, Fischer also played it very regularly, but as Fischer himself has pointed out, in the match against Boris Spassky was able to equalize very easily, and Fischer says this opening is not adequate to get an advantage, but yes, it's a way to test your opponent's strategic skills. So let's see, Igor a great strategist and Saurabh Anand comparatively a younger player, less experienced player. He is from Patna, Bihar. His brother also plays chess at national level. So let's look at how the game went. Bishop d6. Not one of the most popular lines. More common lines are f6 and queen d6. Comes d4. Pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, f6. This position is not very common, and white should have some advantage. b3. Okay, it looks like a new move, probably known to the Russian player, the one who is playing for Belgium here. Somehow it doesn't seem to be a great idea to play b3 and bishop b2, but here we have an important strategic move, bishop a3. In this pawn structure, Fischer and Lakhs, everybody opined that if white is able to exchange the dark colored bishops, then white would have a big advantage. The exchange of dark colored bishop is not possible here with bishop f4 because the bishop is hanging, and white finds a new way of attacking the bishop. So bishops could get exchanged eventually, and then we have a strategically dangerous position for black. At the moment, yes, black plays queen into d6. cd6 would have been bad because of rook d1. I was wondering if rook d1 was a possibility here also, compelling black to capture on a3. But this, I think, a committal move intends to do something. White is likely to play knight c3 here probably, or keep the queens, not keep the queens. Knight on d2 is not very fruitful and it could be hanging. White has to decide whether to keep the pawn structure as it is or to change it by capturing the queens, capturing the queen and exchanging the queens. When the black pawn would get to central square, black's doubled pawns would be undoubled, giving him some sort of relief. At the same time, the d6 pawn could be a target. But I see after queen into queen, pawn into queen, I don't see any advantage to white. So white is thinking. Let's come to the next game. So board 8 we have S. Rohit playing against Vianney Dikunna. Vianney Dikunna is from Karnataka, Mangalore, international master and a very strong player. S. Rohit also very well prepared player. French defense. This opening is known as French defense, and this is a Winawer variation of the French defense. Bishop b4 played by black, e5, c5, standard way of playing it. The famous game Bobby Fischer versus Bent Larsen was played in this. Knight e7, queen g4. The modern system, there is an option of playing a4 here. It's called the Fischer system. Queen g4 is more or less the modern system, attacking the pawn immediately, and queen c7 is possible to castle as well. Black gives up the pawns and tries to win back a couple of pawns. So black has given 2 pawns. Why? As you will see, black takes pawn into pawn, and if white takes the pawn, recaptures the pawn with the pawn, black queen could come to c3, giving a check, and the white rook would be lost. So black has given 2 pawns, white has now given 1 pawn, but white cannot maintain the extra pawn. White will lose the second pawn as well. The material will be balanced after a couple of moves. Position will remain sharp. White having a lot of weaknesses, black having lesser weaknesses but lesser activity, and white has a edge passed pawn which could be very relevant in later part of the game. Knight e2 a common move, and knight c6, f4, d into c3, becomes h4. White doesn't want to waste time. He wants to advance the kingside pawn, the h pawn. Queen would come back to d3 when required. Bishop d7, h5, castles. The queen on h7 was intended, it was kept there to intending the possibility of queen into f7 in case of castles. But as you can see, now queen into f7 runs into getting the queen trapped. After knight f5, the queen would get trapped eventually with rook g7. So, or even rook h8 and two rooks joining the queen would get trapped. So, let's see how white plays queen d3. So, more or less a standard position has been reached. White has played h4 and h5. If white had retreated queen d3 couple of moves before, white would have the option of playing h4 and h5 or playing g3 and castles. I would have personally preferred to bring back the queen first and then play g3 and bishop g2 and then plan for the advance of the h-pawn only in an ending. d4, black wants to put a knight on d5, black gives a square on e4 for white knight. So it's now going to be a rash position. Black has pushed a pawn. Black wants to put knight on d5 or knight on f5 and white wants to advance the pawn. White is not really hoping to queen the pawn. What white is hoping at is drive away the rook from the open file, and then when the rook goes to a possibility of h7, and if the rook goes to h8, then we just play a normal game without the activity of the black rook. So position which is a complex position, roughly equal. Black has some chances of knight f5 sometime with a sacrifice on e3. Black is going to play for initiative and white is going to play for solid attack. Let's come to the ninth game, S. Nitin and Anarkat. S. Nitin is from Tamil Nadu and Anarkat is from Gujarat. Once again we see King's Indian attack setup, knight f3, knight f6, g3, b5. This was first played by world champion Anatoly Karpov before he became world champion. He played this in the World Junior and won a nice game with black. A standard way of playing is b6, but he played b5. The idea is to prevent the white pawn from coming to c4. So black is trying to gain some space. White plays e4. Now it has become a King's Indian attack like some of the games we saw. White is going to put queen on e2 perhaps or rook on e1, but most important knight bd2 and eventual pushing of the e pawn to e5, knight h4. The idea was played by Fischer. This position is not the same, position is different. Black had not played b5 and bishop b7, but the idea is to play knight h4 and followed by f2 to f4. The pawn on f4 is very important because without the pawn roller on the king's side, it's not easy for white to get attacked. So the purpose of this move is to go for f4, and then there could be chances of eventual e5 or f5 or some other possibilities. Bishop on b7 is well placed if the e4 pawn is exchanged, but e4 pawn is defended very well with the pawn on d3. Pawn on d3 in return has been supported by c2 pawn. So there is no direct attack coming against white's established center, and that's the reason why white is wanting to put in more pawns in the center. Here we have 10th game, Prakhar Bajaj of MP, local player, playing against Kushagra Mohan, who made a draw against Kushagra Mohan made a draw against Inyan yesterday, and Prakhar Bajaj, the local challenge, the highest rated player, highest placed MP player, e4, e5. So standard opening, again Spanish opening, castles, b5, bishop b3. Exactly the same position as board 1. Let's see, c3, or was it board 2? I think it was board 2, yeah, d6. This is more or less a standard position. Dipan played a4 here. So bishop c5, a4, instead of a4, c3 is a more, rather Dipan played at this stage a move was played was d3 and not the castles, move castles. So b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, and instead of c3, d3 was played. So c3 we have a sharper position. White is going to go for d4, the most principled variations played by the top players, more frequently than the move d3 instead of d4, instead of c3. Seventh move d3 would lead to a slower game, and now this is a very sharp game. a4 is the strongest move here, rook b8, a5. A brilliant pawn sacrifice was intended. Originally a knight sacrifice, rook sacrifice would be there as well. Knight into a5 could be met with rook into a5, and then white has a very strong attack coming in. There's an exchange sacrifice involved in this variation, and pawn into pawn, queen into queen check, and knight into e5 in case of knight into pawn. And in case of bishop into pawn, d5 would win a piece. So there's a lot of attack, that is knight into a5, d into e5, d into e5, queen d8 check, king d8, and rook into a5 is one of the possibilities, knight into e5 is one of the possibilities, and white wins the e5 pawn, attacks the f7 pawn. So bishop a7, this is standard opening, and white gets slight advantage in almost all the moves. Bishop is generally developed to e3 here, not at g5, knight to d2, and perhaps h3 is also possibility in this position. So okay, we have a standard position where white has really taken a lot of time, and white is thinking this is a standard position, but white has already consumed more than 50 minutes here, and black has played quite fast. So it's possible that white didn't know the theory, and we have a well-known position, but white has found out the best moves himself. Here we have a game between Sarvatwala and Neela Shah. English opening, we got a Queen's Gambit declined setup by black. White has not yet played b4. White has not yet played d4. So white is going to keep the diagonal open for the bishop. White is a powerful bishop because white doesn't have a pawn on d4. So white is not occupying the center with the pawns, but white is trying to control that with pieces. And let's see how it goes. A simple system. In most of the queen's gambit positions or queen pawn openings, the c8 bishop has some serious problems in black has problems deciding where to put the c8 bishop, how to develop the bishop. So it seems that black is going to play b6 and bishop b7, and perhaps after castling, that looks like a standard play, d4, knight e4. So an attempt to simplify the position, castles, knight bg2, queen c7. Okay, an unexpected idea, because white could play c5 here, it's a possibility, c5 yes, and knight into d2, queen into d2, bishop e7, looks like theoretical variation, queen c2, f5. White was planning to play e4, and black wants to stop that, knight e5. So white has played this move in order to take a pawn on e5, after which black will have no chance of a kingside attack, and white would place the bishop on d4 and then roll the pawns on the queen side, as well as play for a f3 followed by e4 break. So knight into e5, d into e5, white just puts the bishop on d4, guarding all the weaknesses, and then opens up the center with f3 and e4, or plays on the queen side with b4 and b5. More or less this Stonewall structure is like the Dutch opening, where white has a central advantage, lesser number of pawns in center, but an outpost in center, and if black exchanges, the pawn becomes very strong. So white should be slightly better here. And now let's go to board 12, where international master from Sri Lanka, who just won the under 18 gold medal in the under 18 championship, Asian championship. He's playing white side against Rajesh Nayak. Karo-Khan defense, and this is the advanced variation of Karo-Khan defense. This is a typical gambit line. Black would eventually give up a pawn trying to get counterplay. Let us see if black succeeds in getting counterplay. A normal move to pin the knight. The pressure is mounting against d4 point. Black also capture bishop on f3, and if you take with the queen, you lose the d4 pawn. And if you take with the g pawn, then your position is not good. So some measures will have to be taken. Pawn into pawn, a simpler move than what was intended. So the tap, black cannot play knight into e5 because white plays knight into e5 and bishop into queen. Then there will be b5 check, winning almost all black pieces. So e6 standard line, b4. c5 pawn has been guarded. Bishop into f3, queen into f3, knight into pawn, and where bishop b5 check, knight comes back, castle, knight f6. A pawn structure that seems to be good for black because black has central pawns, but the space, there's a problem with the space. The bishop on f8 has restricted entries. It has an entry only on e7, and white's double pawns are not really weak because they take away important squares of black pieces. Black cannot play bishop d6, and black will have to develop the bishop on e7. So these are the compensating factors which will enable white to play this position successfully. So we have these games are going on, and at the moment they are at the very basic level. Let's look at the total number of the participants, 131 participants from 16 countries, and we have countries, the participating countries are India, USA, Peru, Philippines, South Korea, which showed their first appearance in the Asian Games, seem to have taken it to the regular chess tournaments now. Belarus, that's Belarusia, Egypt, Russia, Belgium, Russian player playing from Belgium now, and Sri Lanka, Iran, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Ukraine, Bangladesh, and Zambia and Zimbabwe. Players have come from Zambia and Zimbabwe as well. So 10 Grandmasters, 25 International Masters, 2 women Grandmasters, and total number of 131 players. We also have, this is a Master tournament, and we also have Challengers tournament which was inaugurated today. The rounds have begun, but we have no transmission of those games. There we have 287 participants, and they're not all Indians. Some of the players, some of the foreigners as well have, are in the B category. B category of the Challengers tournament is where players below an international rating of 2000 are eligible to take part, and there we have countries like Vietnam and Bangladesh also taking part. So interesting phase of the main Masters tournament has begun. From round 4 till round 9 will be the most well fought games, and we'll see the activity. We'll continue to watch these games after a break of half an hour. This tournament is being sponsored by Indore West Management, Red Cross Society, Path Foundation, Navin Florin, Goyal Group, HDFC Bank, Dilip Buildcon, Kirloskar Brothers, and Mega Developers, and is being played at the IPS Academy and IPS University. Indore Public School is the school of IPS Academy, and the venue is at the IPS Academy. One national tournament was conducted at this venue last year, and we have a second tournament at the venue, an international one, rather 2 international tournaments in this under the same roof, one for the Masters and one for the Challengers who could be the Masters next year. So let's watch the game after some time. I'll join you after a break of half an hour. See you after half an hour then.
प्लीज। हाँ ये क्या है कि
फोटोज आते हैं, वीडियो आता है, कभी बीच में ये आता है, थोड़ा सा इसको प्ले कर सकते हैं।
ये बोर्ड चलने दूं मतलब सर मैं?
हाँ बोर्ड ऐसे
मेरे हाँ स्टैंड बाय में ऐसा लगा दिया।
फर्स्ट वाला
चल जाएगा।
फर्स्ट वाला कोड रहेगा, ठीक है, वो वाला कोड अच्छा रहेगा। पेपर एंड डिस्प्ले दिस बोर्ड,
येलो बोर्ड।
हाँ वो ठीक रहेगा। पानी पी लेते हैं।
हाँ
जैसे जरूर है कि ये ठंडा लग रहा है ग्लास का वाला नहीं।
ये ले लीजिए। ये नॉर्मल है, थोड़ा बेटा है। ये सब हर कैंटीन है सर, यही नंबर रखा है वैसे, कभी वो लड़का नहीं।
स्टाफ नहीं है
जी यार मैं देख लेता हूँ।
आपको किसी को होना चाहिए वैसे, ध्यान से देख सकते हैं।
जितने नहीं अभी तक है कि सर है और बोल देता हूँ।
हाँ ठंडा नहीं लेना,
दिस इज नॉर्मल।
हाँ ये ठीक है, शेड्यूल वो होगा तो चलेगा।
ओके उधर कहीं प्रोग्राम वाला नहीं। ये RF म्यूट ऑफ। Yes.
Welcome back to the fourth round of the second Indore International Grandmaster Chess Tournament 2024. The first edition was in 2022. On the top board, we have Grandmasters Deepan Chakravarti of India and Boris Savchenko of Russia. We had left the position at this stage on white threatening the black pawn to be captured. As we said, there are various ways of defending the pawn. There's possibility of bishop b7, rook b8. Alas, black chooses a third choice, bishop on d7. Perhaps he wants to keep the option of moving the bishop to g4 open, c3, in order to prevent the exchange of minor pieces that could arise from knight to d4. So a move which aims at eventual pawn advance d4, h6, rook e1, safeguarding the e4 pawn in case of a push d4. White wants to play d3, d4. At that time the e4 pawn could become weak. So a prophylactic measure, h3. So at the moment the players are playing prophylaxis as per the principles of prophylaxis. The pawn d3, the move that was chosen on the option that was chosen on move 7 is a slower option, and white wants to play a d3, d4 eventually, but doesn't want to rush with that option immediately. So it's going to take a while till the players really start action, direct action. So black wants to take the knight to the king side. Possibility that takes place in Italian game, and not a very great idea. I don't approve of this idea much, but it discourages white from putting a knight to e3, because then black would put a knight on f4. So how to continue the game? A simple knight to g3. So black knight will not be able to come to f4, because white would then capture the knight with the bishop, and black wants to control the center. And now it's time for white to do something about the black center pawns, because black has good center pawns and both the sides have almost completed the development. White is yet to complete the development, but a standard move like bishop e3, though a possible move, is not very productive, as bishop's presence is not required to control the d4 point. Black's plan of moving the knight to c6, knight c6 to e7 and g6 has resulted in loss of tempi, but it has allowed black to get more center control, and yet it's not difficult for white to get d4. So white goes ahead with d4. White has a strong central pawn mass now, and black's bishop on d7 is a bit awkward if black has to push c4 eventually. Rook e8, just a solid move, developing move, and white goes for take the pawn and then exchange the rooks, and now d into e5. Committal decision, because white exchanges the important central pawn with a pawn d6 pawn, which is not so strong. So what is there on mind? White wants to exchange the d7 bishop for the g3 knight. And how does white do that? After pawn into pawn, there is a tactical move, knight h5, a free knight. The black knight, which is a very important piece and is guarding the d7 bishop, is the only piece guarding that square. Now we see the awkwardness of the bishop on d7. It has become a target, and white has got an option of exchanging that piece. Black has no option but to take it, and white would take the bishop, and then b5 pawn would be attacked, and white already has a very pleasant position, f7 pawn attacked, b5 pawn attacked, and careless move rook e8. White has something on mind, and black has missed that white is threatening something, and move rook e8. It took 7 minutes, and white has checked the calculation. White also took 7 minutes to find this d into e5, d into e5, knight h5. Black is already in a difficult position. Knight into h5, queen into d7. There's a deadly threat of capturing on f7, the f7 point. queen or bishop could take on f7 with the support of each other. The bishop on b3 is open and black has no option but to play this move. White has to decide the next course. Queen into b5 looks like a safe capture as well. White is now thinking about various options. If white was to retreat the bishop to c2 and if black is able to hang on to the a6 pawn, then white really hasn't gained anything out of this exchange. So if white has gone into this variation, white must try queen into b5, but it also involves some tactical possibilities like queen a7. Queen into b5, queen a7 would have been a good move had the e8 rook not been hanging. So objectively queen into b5 is a possibility. Black could take then bishop into f2 check and queen c into b3. It's a very risky possibilities for white. White king would be in a bad position, but white could be a pawn up. If white goes bishop c2, then of course it's a quieter game. Black has various good moves such as queen b8 being a simple move and then knight coming to f6 or f4. White hasn't really gained much if white has to retreat the bishop to c2. So when the move a into b5, a few moves back, 16th move, when white started this sequence of winning the bishop, he should have thought about this move c4, but also it's a good decision to play what we like and we think it's good and we play, and now it's better to calculate. But I'm not sure if white should take the risk of queen into b5 if white is not interested in playing sharp tactical battle, although there doesn't seem to be something drastically wrong with queen into b5 here, because it also attacks the c4 point, and queen a7 is not possible because queen into e8 is hanging, and bishop f2 check, king f2, c into b3, queen into b3. White maintains a extra pawn, the connected pass pawn, but a weak king, and this is the choice, is the option white has, and white has to decide whether to play for this. Let's move the next game, game 2. So we are going to see a very interesting tactical battle now, so we should try to come back quickly to this board, and let's move quickly to board 2. We left at this stage, knight c4, and the common move queen c7 is played. Black wants to play b5, so white plays a4, king h8. Something which is not very common in this opening. The logical plan would have been rook to b8 and then b6 and a6 and b5, driving away the knight. But rook b8 has a possibility of a combination knight into e5. So rook b8, knight into e5, knight into e5, knight into e5, queen into e5, bishop f4, and white picks up the b8 rook. So since rook b8 is not possible, a preparatory move like bishop d7 was possible, followed by rook b8. Black plays king h8. So let us see what is black's plan. How does black want to regroup the pieces? King h8 doesn't seem to add qualitatively to black's strategic assets. So there must have been some plan to play b3. And Fedorov has played a solid move, but unnecessary move in my opinion. Knight e8. Again, not much sort of coordination between the moves king h8 and knight e8. Will come to know because rook f1, a logical move because white wants to move the knight and play f4. So the rook should be on f1. Bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, and black is trying to make it difficult for white to get f4, but it may not be all that easy, and let's see how white goes for. White has a small combination coming which could be useful, but doesn't seem to be a very great combination. White undoubtedly gets back the piece, but white gives away important e5 central square, and bishop d6 would be a logical way of playing here. Equally good is knight f6, but knight f6, because it encourages g5, it's risky. Bishop d6. It seems that white will be saddled with a bad bishop on g2 if black is able to put his bishop on e5. So let's see if bishop d6 was played, knight f6. Knight f6 and bishop d6 were logical choices. Now again bishop f4 is a possibility, and after taking the bishop. I don't think white's combination has been great, and the quality of black's pieces seems to be better. In case of g5, black may just play knight to d7, and the knight would eventually come to e5. It's going to be a battle between the badly placed bishop on g2 and a strong knight at e5 eventually. So let's see how the things progress. We're not going to see a tactical battle here, but a strategic game which at the moment seems to be going in favor of black at the moment. Let's see, white has a move e4, e5, a tactical move, and queen into pawn will be met with bishop f4 trapping the queen. So e4, e5 does come into picture, and where does the black knight go? Perhaps knight to d7. It's possible to make it very sharp for white with e4, e5. I thought bishop d6 was a safer move, but knight f6 is more ambitious. Black wants to put the knight to d7 quickly, and yes, we don't know what happens in e4, e5 here. Queen into e5 is not possible because bishop f4 traps the queen, and black knight must move because the g6 bishop is trapped and it can't be guarded. So white wants to take two pieces. After e5, white wants to take the knight as well as the bishop, which means black must move the knight, and when black moves the knight, white bishop on g2 gets very powerful, though the e5 pawn could become weak. And yes, we'll see if white plays e4, e5, it's going to be a sharp battle. If white doesn't play e4, e5, it's going to be a slow positional battle which could go in favor of black rather than white. So as white, I think it's better to play e4, e5 here. If I was white, I would play e4, e5 here. Let's see what Fedorov does here. Moving to third board. Third board, we left quite some time back. It was just the beginning of this, and Ratnakaran had played bishop h3, and then we have the move e4 played. So Tahbaz is from Iran, Grandmaster from Iran, playing against international master Ratnakaran, and Ratnakaran played a quick queen c8 and bishop h3, trying to exchange the bishops. And we had seen at this stage black could have bad bishop after d5, but white plays d into e5. White directly plays to benefit from the strength of the b2 bishop. So white wants to put the knight on d5 either directly or eventually queen c2. So knight d5, knight into e4 pawn was hanging, and it was not clear if white would get back the e5 pawn. So queen c2, and white wants to put knight d5. So c6 looks like a logical move here. Knight bd7. So for knight d5, black wants to play c6. Rook ad1. Simple development. White is a little preferable. Knight f8. Black wants to get a knight to e6 and d4. Knight d5. Knight h5. A sharp move. Black wants to drive away the knight with c6 and then get his own knight to e6 and perhaps knight to d4 if possible. c5. Again a standard move here. c6. The knight must run away to e3. The knight is heading towards d6 square. Knight c4 and knight d6, where some dangerous threats could take place. White knight, if allowed to come to c4 easily, then it would land at d6, and then it would cramp black's position. Black's pieces would be restricted to f8 and h5 without doing much due to the weakness of e-pawn. And it seems that the strategic battle is going in favor of white. b5, an attempt to stop the knight from coming to c4 after the exchange. a4. It was possible to play knight c4 directly, but a4, a move that intends to play knight c4 subsequently. Black plays c5. A very, very risky move, I must say, because black gets a knight to d4, white gets a knight to d5. What happens to the g7 bishop, that remains a problem, but knight e6 and knight d4 could pose some problems. And let's see what happens to knight c4 attacking a couple of pawns. Knight c4, Ratnakaran playing very fast as usual, has 1 hour and 11 minutes left, and Taibaz Grandmaster from Iran has only 21 minutes left. And one is wondering what happens for knight c4, which attacks the b6 pawn and e5 pawn, and there could be a fourth white piece attacking the pawn. So knight c4 followed by rook d5. If black is knight c4 threatens knight d6 as well. So queen c7 looks forced, and somehow black doesn't seem to have adequate forces to guard all the weaknesses, d5 and d6. So knight could come to c4 and then d6 and b5 perhaps. Direct knight d5 is also possible. Black would play queen b7 there. So not a very great position for black unless there is a tactical solution intended, like knight. Sometimes there could be knight f4 check coming, and that is a possibility which is always hovering around. Let's move to the next board. We'll come to it when it's in a more interesting phase. We have fourth board, woman Grandmaster Nandita playing against Hesham of Egypt. Grandmaster Hesham, his first visit to India, and the game started with irregular Naidorf, because Naidorf, bishop d3, a very uncommon move till last year, has now become popular. White strengthens the e4 point so that white doesn't have to wait for defending the pawn. White intends to go quickly, castle and then f4 and attack the pawns. The disadvantage of this move is the d4, the knight on d4 is hanging, and black can bring about a few exchanges. And as you see, black has strengthened the pawn center. White has better development. Black has somewhat weak pawns but a strong central control. So let's see how the game goes. b3, g6. e5 was a natural reaction as well, and bishop e7, g6. It's not easy to decide if that's a great move. Knight a4, intending to destroy black's pawn structure with e4, e5 break eventually, long castle, and h4. Okay, that's the more natural moves were, I think, something like e5 perhaps, or short castle. But h4, something very complex tactical idea. White wants to castle on the queen side. Well, knight on a4 does a good job of blockading the black's pieces, and the center control is also. So white will castle, play f3 and h5. So black goes e5. Something which I would have preferred with before g6. I have played this setup with black with e5 and bishop e7, where I am more comfortable rather than the bishop on g7, because now the d6 point is target and black bishop is all wrong. Somewhere there is no strategic coordination between a move and the next for black. Black has probably made some incorrect decisions. White should probably play f3 here and prepare for bishop c4, queen e2, a good move. Knight h5, g3. I think black is confused because the pieces are moving to the edge of the board without any productive threats. If the knight is used only to prevent the move f4, then surely it's not doing well. d5. Okay, ambitious play. Bishop a3. It seems that something is likely to go wrong for black. Black has strong center, but doesn't seem to really threaten much. And after rook to e8 or rook to d8, white has to plan more accurately. Perhaps black is fine after rook e8 or rook d8, but somehow the position looks very weakened, and it's not easy to like such a position, a loose position, a weak position. At the same time, good center control. Let's move to the next board. Top seed Inyan is playing against Utkal Ranjan Sahu. The game has started with a Stonewall Dutch opening, an opening which is fundamentally not the most accurate opening or the soundest opening, but an opening which is still played at top level. So we had seen up to the move bishop f4, an idea of Petrosyan, and there comes knight to g4. This idea was I think first played by one of the Soviet players, knight g4. The idea is to displace the e5 knight, and if the knight takes any of the knight, black recaptures, black has a good position and white has no real strategic advantage if knights get exchanged. So white goes knight d3, idea of world champion Petrosyan. After the black bishops are exchanged, the original plan of Petrosyan was to put the bishop on a3, but that was not played. So this is also standard way. After bishop f4, white moves the knight and exchanges the dark colored bishops, after which black's dark color squares are going to be much weaker than white's, because white has a lot of pawns on black squares covering the black squares, but black pawns being on white squares are only covering white squares, and the dark squares in black's camp could become weak after this exchange. Grandmaster Nomkin's move is good at driving away the knight, but after this exchange, white seems to be doing at least slightly better. Black decides to open up the center because otherwise he would have a problem with the c8 bishop. So black wants to quickly play e5, trying to equalize. So queen exchange intended, white has advantage in the ending. One must look at the close position with a different open-minded setup. For example, white has not yet developed the queen side, the knight is still on b1, and yet white does have some advantage. Queen into queen, knight into queen, rook e8, h3, so knight has been driven back. Now knight d3. White restricts black's bishop because black wants to play e5, and then the c8 bishop would have a decent square on e6. White is trying to make the move e5 difficult, but it can't be done with the move f4 because the white squares e4 and e3 also become weak. So white wants to avoid or prevent rather e5 as long as possible with the pieces, and eventually, let's see, black intends to play e5 immediately, f4. So black has no real strategic problems apparently because white also has weak piece. But how to tackle the problem of c8 bishop? The c8 bishop, as long as the bishop doesn't come in the game, it's very awkward because the rook on 8 also doesn't play any part. And in a warfare game, if you're using only a part of your army, it's not going to do well. So knight bd5, preventing white from developing the knight to c3. Rook goes to c1, planning knight c3. Knight d2, knight c3, a4 was the alternate plan. White wants to be heading for e5 instead of c5. Knight f6. So black is worried about e4, but white knights could land at c5 and e5 now. Knight c4, king e7 to stop the white knight coming to d6, and king f2. Players are just improving their position. Now it's a slow war has begun, and it's important to bring all your pieces into the game before white decides to crack the position, and the only way to crack the position seems to be pawn break on the queen side. One possibility is to put bishop on f3 and pawn to g4. There are various pawn breaks possible for white, bishop f3 and g4. Normally e4 is not likely to be achieved in this, but e4 also remains a possibility. g4 break remains a serious possibility, and moving the b pawn to b3, b4 and b5 is a strategic possibility, but since it would weaken the black's position a lot, one has to think about it. Black wants to play rook ad8 and then bishop c8, so knight a5, a logical move. Black is compelled to move rook to a passive square. White has to start planning. White knights are at a very good positions, so it's not possible for black to play b6 because after knight into bishop, black loses the c6 pawn. Even now b6 is not a threat. Indirect b6 here, knight into d7 would result into that, and now b6 is even more dangerous because white would take knight into c6 pawn with check and take the rook. So white knights are quite stable, and black will have to decide where to put the pieces before trying to play b6. Black has played bishop c8, a very, very pleasant position for white, but yet white has to do some concrete planning if white has to win this game. Black surely cannot hope for more than a draw, and yet not very easy for white to crack the position. I don't know if knight was better on e5 or c5, but perhaps c5 is a good square. And what next? In such positions, what next is always a question for white, because black defends meticulously, and let's see if there's a tactical possibility. Knight a6, but doesn't really mean much. Knight a6, black could play simply a rook a8, and knight c7 is not possible. So yes, white is looking for some tactics which are not at the moment possible, so white has to really work on a plan here. Moving to 6th board, we have Belarus Grandmaster Teterev playing against Sham Nikhil of India, and opening which started with a Sicilian defense and a Rosolimo attack. Standard opening moves. A very risky decision. White has a possibility of playing a6 here. a6 could seriously weaken the position. So, but a6 was not tried. Rook e1. No. Black played a6. Here somehow it seems that it was better for black to play a6 here, and black castled, and now white should have tried a6 here apparently. Rook e1, and now black plays a6, bishop to c4 and b5. So black is going to have a weak pawn. Bishop a2, a strange move in view of the exchange of a and b pawns. Bishop f1 would be a more natural move. Bishop f1 and f3, and trying to target the bishop f1 and h3, then trying to target the a6 pawn. Either play d4 or keep the pawn on d2. But bishop on a2 intends to attack f7, which is quite well guarded, and this doesn't seem to be a best square for the bishops, though something must have been planned, of course. Bishop b7 and d3. If white wanted to attack the e6 point and then doubling in the a line, then the bishop would be good on f1. Now the bishop on a2, which means white is going to play for some attack. Bishop f4, knight h5, bishop g5, queen c7, bishop e3, d5. So black has got a good center thrust. The bishop on a2 could be a good piece or bad piece depending on how we look at it. It's technically a good piece, but after the threatened d4, the threatened d4 compels white to take a decision. If white plays d4 himself, then black has the option of pushing c4, and the a2 bishop, white's bishop on a2 is neither attacking nor defending anything. But there is a chance of white's king knight getting trapped, black's king knight getting trapped as well. If white eventually gets a pawn to e5, that could be very dangerous. And d4, of course, at the moment has a tactical problem. Tactical continuation d4 is a very complex line because d into e4 and then d into c5, e into f3 and c into b6, tactical line which weakens white's kings. If white cannot play d4, obviously white has to play ed and then d4, which is more or less a logical course. And if black plays c4, then the bishop on a2 is bad. If it remains bad temporarily, fine. If it permanently remains bad, then black will have the upper hand. So let's see. Let's move to the board 7 now, where a theoretician Igor Glek, who is now playing for Belgium, is trying his skills. Not a great opening for black. Black played bd6, a bit awkward move, b3 and bishop a3. And although rook d1 looked more logical to me, white decided to play bishop into d6, queen into d6, queen e3. So white has pawn structural advantage. If all the pieces get exchanged, then white will have an extra pawn on the king side, because the black 4 pawns on the queen side are no better than white's 3 pawns on the queen side. But yes, we have queens and minor pieces on the board, and we have rooks on the board. Black would have a very nice a rook at d8, perhaps a possibility of long castle as well. So black seems to have a aggressive position, and e4 e5 would be simplifying, but then the bishop on e6 becomes very strong eventually at f5 square. So it's important for white to keep the pawns on the white squares, and if f3 was possible, that should have been done quickly. First attempt, take a tempo here, e5. Well, a simplifying move which doesn't give much. It is possible to take on e5 followed by, after the queen's exchange, play a normal game. Queen c6, ef6, gf6. Some problem in the e line. If what is the tactical variation here? Rook e1 and knight d5. Okay, rook e1, knight d5. So I'm not sure if black is doing all wise things, because one pawn has been lost and the a2 pawn, knight into a2, a tactical stroke. White can't take rook into a2 because of the back rank mate. So white puts the rook in the 7th rank. Knight goes back to c3. White plays h4. g3 looked like more solid continuation, but knight d3, pawn attacked. Black wants to play rook e2 and attack the pawn. White creates some squares, rook e2, and f5. White wants to queen that pawn, if rook into pawn f6, knight d5 to stop the pawn, rook f1, threatening f6, king d8. So f6, king e8. And now the c5 pawn is hanging after f7 check, or even here f7 check, king moves, king f8, knight into c5. Looks like a very dangerous threat. f7 check, king f8, knight into c5, threatening a knight check followed by queening the pawn. So what does he have after f7 check? and white takes on c5. Then there's a check coming at d7, and if black has to defend with knight b6, then surely white has excellent winning chances, perhaps a forced win after simple moves such as such as rook f2. Yeah, I think it's time to calculate the variations. f7 check and then knight into c5 rather than direct knight into c5. f7 check, king f8, knight into c5, threatening knight d7. Black plans to play rook e7. Then we are willing to exchange the rooks. We just take on b7. So the problem is knight into c5 comes with a dual threat of knight d7 check as well as knight into b7. So okay, white seems to be doing well here, and let's move to next game. Rohit is playing against. No, this is a game between Nitin, not the earlier game. Nitin is playing against Nagar. Let's see if we went to Nagar board 9 directly. We skipped a board of Rohit, board 7, board 8. Here we have some real battle going on. The game started with the sharp Winawer variation of French defense, and Vianney de Cunha played a gambit line where black gives up these 2 pawns. Black has given up 2 pawns, and black now starts giving threats and taking back the pawns. So black has regained both the pawns, and white made a strange move here, h4. It could be a theory. I have not played this line in over 35 years, so I don't know. But white's idea is to keep the black pieces tied down for the defense of h pawn and g4. A sacrifice which cannot be taken. Rook into g4 allows h7, and white wins the pawn. So knight here, queen g3, queen a5. So white, let's see if white is able to get f5. f5 is generally not possible in structure, but if f5 comes here directly, f5, we need to calculate knight into e5 and perhaps h7 and rook h8 and f into e6 followed by g5. Bishop g2 first, queen a4, bishop e4. Excellent maneuver, very good. So bishop has come to e4. Now white may go for f5 at right moment. Knight b4. Now it's a battle of attack. One player attacking against the opponents. White seems to be winning here after taking. White has given up a rook, but now white will have a permanent initiative, and black will have to start running around and guard the pieces. King f2. The bishop wants to move. h7 is one possibility, followed by bishop g5 and take on e6 first. So quite a few options here. White seems to be doing very well here. The 9th game, Senthil Nitin is playing against a Narkat. Kartavya Narkat is from Gujarat. Nitin is from Chennai. So we had left this game at very early stage. Karpos move b5, bishop g2, bishop b7, d3, e6, standard. Black advances the center pawns. d6, d5 was a common continuation. d5 is a common continuation here, provoking white to play e5. d6, more or less, now it's a close Sicilian rather than a French defense type of position. f4. Knight h4 and f4 is contribution of Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer says that if white has to have a successful attack, then the knight must go to h4 and f4 in style of the King's Indian defense, where knight h5 by black followed by f7, f5 by black is very common. Bishop e7, bishop e3, castles, knight d2, knight d7 attacking the knight, knight comes back, f5. Intending a white square blockader, the idea is to restrict the e3 bishop by putting a pawn on f5. This e3 bishop could become really a target if black is able to open up the game. c3, d5. So white takes on d5, d4 would be, e5 would be dangerous, black would have some initiative, but ed also I think ensures a slight positional advantage for black unless there is a direct continuation here which exploit the weakness of d5 square. Knight g5. Yes, as we see, an attempt to exploit the bad position of the d5 pawn, which is unguarded, and white has given 2 threats, which means that d5, a strategically perfect move, is probably tactically unsound because we have a pawn lost now. Black has lost a pawn. Let's see how good the position is for white. Is it much better winning, or black does have some chances? I think it's very strong for white for sure. Knight e5, c4, knight into d3, and it's not losing any material. Let's see, because the c5 is bound to lose the c5 pawn. So let's see, queen b3, pawn into c4. Okay, bishop into c4. Queen b3 was probably not the best move. Knight b4. So bishop into c5 is possible, but what does black want to do? Queen into d2. Yeah, this bishop into c5 is not possible. After queen into d2, there is nothing concrete happening. Rook f2 was idea. Bishop into c5, queen d2, rook f2, and try to take on b4, but it's still somewhat vague after black plays queen into g5. So yeah, bishop into c5, queen d2, rook f2 is possibility, and black has played knight b4 and game is going on. Let's move to the board 10. Local star Bajaj, Prakhar Bajaj, playing the white side of a different opening, Archangel's opening. White is better here as per the latest games, theoretical games. Knight into e4, bishop d5, pawn into pawn, knight into pawn, knight into knight, bishop into knight, bishop into d5, bishop into d4, bishop into d5 would be met with bishop into a7. So bishop into d4, queen into d4, bishop into d5, queen into d5, knight c5. So black has maintained the pawn, but black will have to make some compromise with regard to the weakness of the pawn on a6 and rook e1 check. White gets a standard move. Black goes knight e6 and queen c6 check, and queen into a6 can be taken. But the queen has some problems there, and rook e1 check. If king moves, then white has attacked. So black played b4. Rook e1 looked more logical here. The b4 could always be played. Knight e6, queen c6 check, queen d7, c6. So queen has been trapped here, and how does white try to save the queen? It's not easy for black to win this queen, because even after castles there is no threat of rook a8, but the queen is sort of trapped. Black can play a sound game on the other side, short castle d5, knight coming to f4, and the white queen will remain a silent spectator at a6. So knight d2 castles, knight f3, and the move d5 has been prevented. But yes, it is now a game that will be decided by the activity of pieces and no other factors. Activity of pieces is one of the most important principles of middle game, and not easy to keep pace with the position sometimes. A sense of initiative enables you to keep the pace of the position. If the position demands, okay, your queen is trapped, and the knight would try to move somewhere trying to trap the queen. Knight c7 gives a chance to play queen a7 followed by bring back the queen to d4. So knight a7 doesn't make sense. How to trap the queen, because there doesn't seem to be any direct way of winning either the queen. The a6 queen is awkwardly placed, but it is not being lost immediately. Even after rook b7 there is no threat, and rook a8 white queen will get to b6. So although white queen is badly placed, white has a pawn extra, well, not a pawn extra but a passed pawn, and if white is able to push that passed pawn, that's good. Had the white queen been on d2 or d3, it would have been a reasonably good advantage, but the queen is stuck and white has to make some choice, plan what to do. We have some more games this time. We have 12 games. We have totally 15 games available. Sarvatwala versus Nilesh Shah. Nilesh Shah, famous for his sharp play. We had seen this game of proper Stonewall Dutch starting from English opening. So c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, e3, d5, b3, knight bd7, bishop b2, c6, bishop e2, bishop d6, d4, knight e4, castles, knight bd2, queen c7, c5, knight into d2, queen into d2, bishop e7, queen c2, and now black played f5 stopping e4. The purpose of this move is to stop e4, but also not only that, after bishop f6 black will try to play e5 and get the c8 bishop activated after a couple of exchanges. White wants to block the pawn, advance of the pawn, so bishop on c8 will remain bad. Bishop on e7 is a good piece, but bishop on c8 so is a weak piece, so black immediately wants to activate it on the queen side. Bishop d7, but bishop was knight, bishop was knight at the starting square, but it hampered the development of the rook. Bishop b7 was perfectly possible. Bishop d7, a4, bishop. White seems to be doing better. Bishop into c5 looked more obvious here. Queen into e5 will hang after bishop into e5, queen into e5, queen into e5 will hang. So the obvious move of maintaining outposts at c5 could not be done, because bishop into c5 you have the e5 pawn hanging. So now look at this good bishop and bad bishop. Bishop on d4 is more or less like a pawn. It has no moves forward and it has only one or two moves backward, which do not add any sense. So white is sort of playing with a pawn on d4 instead of bishop. And where does white show the compensation for that? If white has won a piece which is doing nothing, then what recourse white needs to take in order to improve or defend the game? So white wants to exchange the rooks, because there is no sort of future in this B file, only one file. When it's open, then the rooks must get exchanged. There is no other option. Black will have some problems with the c8 bishop, and white has problems with d4 bishop. So probably equal position. Black could play queen b7 trying to take some initiative. Black queen would be more active at b4, keeping an eye on the c5 pawn as well, and the threatening a mate. Queen a5, queen b7 was good. Yes, black seems to be preferable here, although there is no concrete plan of improving the pieces. Bishop c8 doesn't let you bishop come to a6, so bishop d8 doesn't have much, even if the bishop comes to a5. One plan could be to play queen a5, bishop c8 and queen a5 and bishop a6, but overall not much activity. Queen e1 check is a possibility all along. G3 preventing that king f7. Black probably wants to cover some weaknesses with the king, and then let's see what black is doing. Black wants to cover the b7 and b8 points with the king so that the queen could move ahead and be placed at a different square, bishop c8. So it seems that queen a5 is a plan, but yeah, queen a5 followed by bishop a6 seems to be a plan. King goes and prepares to guard the squares which could be weakened. And now black is ready for bishop a6, which cannot be stopped. So king f3, king b8. Okay, bishop a6 had a problem of bishop d3. Yeah, okay, we have a bishop a, because the a5 queen is in check. This slight trap, bishop a6, bishop c3, or even bishop c3 and bishop into d3, then bishop into a5 check. So queen prepares to retreat next. So after king b8, black will play bishop a6 and still bishop c3, bishop a6, bishop c3. It's not easy to exchange those bishops. Bishop c3 remains a permanent threat. White just goes back and king. So still, now bishop a6 is a plan finally, because bishop c3 can be met with bishop into d3. Bishop e2, bishop h4. So threatening a penetration at e1, bishop d3. And now black thinks if bishop a6 is tactically possible, if it's possible, black would try to exchange that. Yet a position is blocked and it's not easy to break through the position, but black seems to be doing well in this. Let's move to board 12. De Silva of Sri Lanka, international master and winner of the under-8 Asian Championship held in UAE, playing against Rajesh Nayak. So very sharp variation. This is the famous Caro-Kann defense. Most of the players in the world have tried this sometime. Kasparov played that only in a practice match and not in the tournament. But yes, this is opening. Karpov, Anand, everybody has played this. Opening variation started by world champion Capablanca, Caro-Kann defense. And here we have e5, advanced variation, which is the sharpest variation and a very risky variation for both sides. So e5, c5, c3, knight c6 and knight f3, and we have bishop g4 and we have pawn into pawn. This is a standard variation, and bishop g4 is not considered to be the strongest line. It's black gets a pawn, but the white pawns on c5 and b4 are generally very strong, not easy to break this, and a bishop has been lost for knight, bishop b5 check. White has better chances in this because there could be a possibility of c4 break and there could be a possibility of quick development of pieces. Black rook will a8, rook will not be able to come to b8, and the white is ready to move the knight to b3 and d4 perhaps, and improve the central pawn position. Knight e4, an attempt to create counterplay against c3. Black wants to go bishop f6 and try to get e5 eventually, or attack c3. Bishop into knight, a standard move, and pawn into bishop and queen d3. It was necessary to play this move because sometime black would have a tactical possibility of e5. So queen d3, and now white prepares to drive away the black knight with f3. It's not possible for black to play f6 here because of f3. So queen goes to c8, rook c1. So white keeps the option of c4 opening the position or f3 driving away the knight, a5. As soon as the rook leaves the a file, black makes a move a5. But interesting tactical possibility. Generally white replies this such move with a3, but here after a3, ab, white will not be able to take with cb. White can take with the a pawn as well. a3 is a possibility. a4 for black is not good. So a3 taking on a5 would allow knight into c5 perhaps. So let's see, f3 for the knight is driven back, and can one take on a5 now? Still not good. Bishop c5 check downs, a3, a into b, a into b. Black has very strong center pawns, and if black gets knight d7 and e5, white could have some problems, but it's easier said than done, and it's not going to be possible very quickly. Rook a3, a nice move attacking the knight. Knight goes to the center, queen b7. I think black has to resist the temptation of playing some cheap threatening moves, and c6 is weak. White has a possibility of b5 pawn takes pawn c6, a gambit. White will recover the pawn and the c pawn. If c pawn wins some material, advance of c pawn. So b5 is here a logical strategic break. Whether it's possible tactically, it's not possible now, because b5, bishop into c5, pawn into c6, queen into c6, and the white knight is not in a position to take on c6 because of the pin. So b5, the simplest way to meet b5 is to play bishop into c5. So king h1 becomes a possibility here if you want to play for b5 break. And if black plays queen into b4, then it would be disastrous. After pawn into b4, rook into d3, then comes knight into c6. So let's look at it. King h1 looks like a normal move, and probably moving the queen to d2 is also possible, just to safeguard the position. And rook a1, rook a8 doesn't do really much for white. So rook a1 doesn't come into consideration. King h1, queen d2. Let's see how the game goes. Let's move the board 13. We're showing this game for the first time, because now we have 13 games and we have Nitin Babu. We need to see this game from the beginning, because we didn't have opportunity of seeing this. Once again, a popular variation or Rosalind attack, and this position became popular when Carlsen played it a couple of years back, and now we have a different position. We are almost open Sicilian, but queen into d4 and not knight into d4. Queen into d4, e5. Black has some weakness in the d file, but black wants to target the e4 point quickly. So queen e3, bishop e7, castles, rook d1, standard play, playing against the d5 point, knight d2. Important move. White wants to put the knight to c4 or bishop to c4, and then perhaps queen somewhere else, knight to f1 and e3. If white is able to get knight to c4 and then e3 by finding a right square for the queen, it would be good. But which is the right square for the queen? That is not clear. Knight c4, yes. Knight would like to come to e3, but what do we do with the queen? We need to move the queen to queen supporting the e4 pawn, and queen d3 is not good because of knight c. What happens for knight c5? White needs to play f3 then perhaps. F3. So, well, black has completed the development. White is yet to complete the development. After f3, white has a plan of queen f2 and bishop e3. If black gets the d5 quicker than that, rook d8 followed by d5. If black is actually getting d5, rook a-d8 will be a better move than rook f-d8. In Sicilian defense, it's very common to put the queen rook a8 rook to c8 and f8 rook to d8. But here, since d5 can be achieved by force, unless white plays knight to d5 himself, so rook a-d8 is also not sort of out of question, and one should always think of the rash move b4, which threatens the knight and forces the knight to go back to d7 and not to e6 because the b6 pawn is hanging. So yes, b4 always remains a possibility here. Oh, very Ritvik Nitin Babu versus Ritvik Parab, nice combination coming knight into e4. So if pawn into e4, black has a move d5 and black wants to play bishop c5. Okay, good combination, f3. Let's see how the position actually is. Knight into e4, bishop into e4. F into e4 has serious problems after d5. So queen into b6 and black has won a c2 pawn. Black has a big advantage here, I think, a pawn up and black ready to play d5. If white recovers the pawn on the move or next, then yeah, because the knight into a8 is a possibility, so if white gets back the, so rook d2, rook b8 looked more natural than giving up this. Let's see what was happening to rook b8. Rook d2, rook b8 looked natural, and if white takes on c2, black would take on b6, but then a5. I think this is what black missed when black did this combination. Bishop into c2, rook d2, and if now rook a b8, then there is rook into c2 and rook into b6, and then white plays a5 or bishop e3, rook must move and white takes the pawn on a6 and white gets connected past pawns. So somewhere a tactical inaccuracy by black probably missed this possibility of eventually winning the a6 pawn. So black gives up the rook and white doesn't take the rook immediately. Rook d3, so bishop needs to go to e6 now, and knight into rook and a5. The a6 pawn is now weak, white is the exchange up, and black must play I think d5 and d4, bishop c5, but here the rooks are dangerous. Knight d7, covering a few squares, rook c7. Rook c6 was another possibility here, planning to take the pawn. It looked more natural to play rook c6 here, and if knight c5 was a possibility, then knight c5 would be a possibility. But rook c7, a safe move, occupying an important position. Well, I think black made an interesting combination, but somehow it resulted in black's losing an exchange, and the queen side is very weak for black. The a pawn is weak, and it's not easy to get a draw from this position. White seems to be doing much better here. Let's move to next board, board 14. So nice to see so many fighting games this time. Opposite side castlings and attack. It's going to be a very round with a lot of happening in the tournament. b3, e5, Nimzovich opening. Elgabri Mohsen, probably his first visit to India. f4, nice move, attacking the e5 pawn, and in case black takes the pawn, white takes the g7 pawn with the bishop. and then white also could win the rook. So f6, queen f3 attacking the pawn, knight guards the pawn, white again attacks the pawn, forces black to close the center, and now queen h5 check, again g6, now queen h4. The f6 pawn is under attack, castles, g4. So looks like opening preparation. White wants to play g5 and open up the diagonal. Knight b4, long castle, a5, a3, knight h6 and d3. White doesn't play g5 because of knight f5. d3 first, okay, take. Rook into d3, knight c5, rook d1. Sharp position. White has a deadly bishop on b2. Black is in a position to drive back some of white's pieces. Both sides have a strong attack, and probably it's black who is going to be quicker. So white has played a sharp opening. White wants to play g5 and open up the b2 bishop for some attack, but black has knight f5 coming, which means that black will be attacking more in a more concrete way rather than a vague way. Black has already a good position. White has weaknesses all over the board, and black plays b4. White must play a4 here, and then c5 followed by c4 looks like a standard idea. Knight c3, okay, we see a pawn sacrifice which can't be taken really. So king c2 offering a rook, okay. And black doesn't take knight into d1, which has to be replied with king into d1 rather. Black plays c5. Black is out for direct attack with c4 to come. f5, c4. Nice. Pawn into pawn. b3 check. King into knight. Not possible. So king goes to d2. Knight and knight check. Queen check, rook into a4, okay. I thought this was, yes, so white has threats. Pawn into g6 could be a possibility, or rather must be played. Pawn into knight into g6, queen h6, attacking the knight, rook guards, and from the second rank, white opens up. Yes, suddenly the c4 break or not taking on d1 was a risky decision. Here we don't know if allowing f5 is such a great idea. Black can actually play f5 here, and the rook is guarding the g7 point. White would try to get back the material with bishop d4, but black has bishop c5, bishop g4 here, okay. Attacking the knight, and pawn into f6 is one possibility, bishop into f6 is one possibility, which attacks the e5, which attacks the g6 knight, bishop into knight, pawn into bishop, queen into pawn. So very complex position. Let's analyze what if white doesn't guard the knight and tries to open up the game with either, with pawn into f6. Black takes on f3, white takes on g6. Or pawn into f6, black plays bishop b4 check first. King e2 is too risky, but what else? A very sharp game. I don't think it's easy to analyze here. Let's wait for the next few moves, and let's go back to the last game, and then we are back to the top board, which was in a very complex position. But before that, we have Sobh Amrao versus S. Ashwath. Queen's Gambit declined. Standard classical variation. Oh, E into d5 is a standard move here, and C into d5 has been chosen. So symmetrical setup. white has a better bishop pawn structure is symmetrical. White has a queen bishop developed at g5. Black has problems with c8 bishop. In all queen pawn openings, the c8 bishop is a problem, and black tries to tackle that by making a square. So bishop is, both the players have finished their development. b6 could be a weak point, but at the moment adequately guarded. White wants to double in the c file. Black has exchanged the bishop after playing g5 to prevent any sort of dangerous activity against the f6 point. Rook c6, knight a2. So finally, a rook exchange taking place. Oh, queen exchange followed by rook exchange. Pieces get exchanged, and b3 and a5. We have a symmetrical position now. The bad bishop isn't really particularly bad now, and we can see that a logical consequence of this position or logical outcome of this sort of position will be a draw. If black gets e5 break, black may try to play for a win. So I don't know about g4, but e5 now comes into consideration. White has been playing a sort of compromising moves with white, passive moves. Black is trying to improve the pieces. Technically white has a good bishop, but white has not really tried to do much, and now white has some possibilities of losing a pawn. Knight g7, you have de followed by e4, a complex game. So let's now go to the top board before we go for a break. We go to board 1, which was in very interesting position. The pawn had made a nice combination we saw here, and yes, and we left at this stage when black had played c4, a move that attacked the bishop. Queen into b5 was a very vague possibility. It's a risky possibility. You don't know if it really worked, but white plays bishop c2, which means black has comfortable position. We had discussed this position with the easy equality for black with queen b8. Black did play queen b8 and king f1, planning to take on b5, which means black should move the bishop to a7. Yes, and now rook d1 taking the control of the d file. Knight f6 challenging the driving away the queen. Queen goes to d6, and I think the simplest move here could be queen b7, but black is probably thinking in terms of, white is thinking of bishop into h6. Queen b7, is bishop into h6 possible? No, queen b7, bishop into h6, knight into 5. I think black has a fine position. Queen c8. Okay, I thought attacking the e4 pawn looked like a more logical move. Queen a3 a tempo. Somehow a confusing move. Queen b7 looks good here. Queen b7. Okay, black is still playing normally. White got a chance to bring the rook into play. Queen a6. Black has a few weaknesses in the position. Black is down only to 9 minutes, but black is guarding all the points, and it's not easy. I don't know how productive the rook on d6 is, because the e4 pawn is left hanging, and the strategic break b3 will not be possible as long as the e4 pawn is hanging. One possibility is to play queen c6 followed by b3, trying to also moving the rook back, attacking queen into b5 is a dangerous possibility. Moving the rook to probably d1 back. Yeah, looks like queen a6. That the rook came here only 2 moves back, but it enabled the queen to be activated, and now rook has done the duty, and rook could safely go back to d1, trying to create some threats. White has to worry about queen c5 coming suddenly, but it's always taken care with bishop coming to e3. So a rook retreat looks logical because it actually threatens queen into pawn, and we still have a complex game where the outcome of the game could go in favor of any of the players. A sharp game with a lot of moves to make, only 27 moves made, only 9 minutes for next 13 moves for black. So Savchenko, second seed player in this tournament from Russia, seems to have some greater challenges than what the position offers, and that greater challenges come due to the shortage of time. There is somewhere the element of combination or element of mistake would come. Rook c6 is a possibility, but giving away the d file so easily is dangerous. So we'll have a break here, and I'll see you in 20 minutes time when we would have started resulting games. See you after around 20 minutes then. Bye.
ये सर कुछ बोलिए।
हाँ अभी वेलकम बैक, वी आर एट द 4th राउंड। ठीक है,
स्टार्ट करेंगे सर?
हाँ ठीक है ना, आप देख लीजिए। वेलकम बैक, वी आर एट द 4th राउंड ऑफ द, ठीक है। Welcome back. We have an interesting position on the board when we left at this position some time back, and this is the top board game between Grandmasters Dipan Chakravarti of India and Boris Savchenko of Russia. This is the 4th round of the second international Grandmaster chess tournament at Indore. Indore had conducted one Grandmaster tournament before, that was in 2022, and now this year we have the second version of it. Indore had also hosted national under 9 championship last year. Indore, the cleanest city of India for last 6 years, now is gone into the 7th year of being the most active and cleanest city. Let's see how the tournament is going about. Tournament has 131 participants from 16 different countries, from different contingents. We also have players from South America, Peru, and one from the North American continent, that is USA itself. We have a lot of players from Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and we have a lot of Asian players. South Korea, which had not made any significant presence earlier, has started playing regularly from the Asian Games, and Asian Games was the first real appearance, and now they have sent players here. Vietnam, Philippines, Iran, Indonesia, a large contingent of India, of course, and quite a few players from Belarusia, and a Russian player who is now playing for Belgium. So we have Europe covered, and North America, South America, and Asia, of course. The tournament has a prize fund of 35 lakhs rupees. It's being played in 2 parts. Today the challengers section, that's for a rating below 2000, it was inaugurated today, and which will have a prize fund of 14 lakhs, and the 21 lakhs is the prize fund for the Masters group, where Masters and Grandmasters are playing. 131 players, out of which more than 50% have FIDE titles. We have 10 Grandmasters, we have 2 women Grandmasters, we have 25 international masters, a strong field. And now this is the top board game we have. We left at this stage a very complex position. White does have an advantage of 2 bishops, but it remains only a advantage on paper because of the bad position of the c2 bishop, which has no activity at the moment. If the bishop gets opened up, white could really have an advantage. Knight on g6 for black is not very well placed piece. Knight on f6, standard position. Knight on g6 is guarding the e5 pawns. It's very important to have that. White king is a bit awkwardly placed, so g3, king g2 and h4 looks like a logical plan for white. Eventually break b3, which would weaken the b5 pawn. A complex strategic game can be played as long as white pieces are not getting driven back. The white queen is dominating. If it's driven back would have a complete equality. So black wants to keep the queens. White takes a tempo, attacks the bishop, and white penetrates with the rook to the d6, where white wants to exchange queens, and then the counter attack would be restricted, and white would go straight for the offensive against the e5 pawn and the b5 pawn. Bishop into h6 could have been a threat, so king goes and supports the pawn. Queen a6, white wants to exchange queen, black runs away with the queen, and then comes g3, a standard move because knight could come to f4 at any unpleasant moment, which is not likely at the moment with king on h7, because the bishop on c1 was guarding the f4 square. But g3, to create a safe square for the king, rook goes to b8. So interesting square, although the b5 pawn was taboo, black just supports it so that the b5 pawn doesn't need to be protected at a later stage. Black also intends to drive away the white rook with knight on e8. king J2, knight E8 indeed played, and rook D5. Rook C6 would have been a risky option because there was a chance of rook getting stuck. So we have rook D5. Here the tactical possibility of a fork with knight C7 is not possible, as white will take queen into A7 and black takes knight into D5, white takes queen into B8, white has won a piece in the process. So the unfortunate position of black rook enables white to play this. And now how does one defend the pawns? The B5 pawn is under attack, and rook B6 would allow a further penetration to C8 perhaps. Bishop B6, an interesting move. So if white takes the B5 pawn with any of the pieces, rook into B5 or queen into B5, black plays knight C7, and then black takes the rook. So white loses a rook for a knight and a pawn, but white has done that. So what is the tactical resource here? Knight C7, if rook D7, your knight into B5, so white just gives up the exchange for 2 pawns. Yes, white is going to have two very healthy protected passed pawns on the queen side, and knight C7, you have queen into C4, knight into D5, then both queen into D5 and even stronger E into D5, opening up the game. And now black is on the verge of losing. Excellent move, rook D5, and the dubious idea of knight E8. The rook on D6 didn't really threaten much. Bishop C5 was probably a better way of questioning the rook, and rook C6 could be annoying but not really dangerous. Now we see suddenly move knight E8, which leads to forcibly loss of one of the pawns. If black goes queen B7, white exchanges queens and takes on the E5. The E5 pawn needs support of the queen, and the B5 pawn can't be guarded for the second time. Bishop B6, a tactical move. Rook B6 was a possibility, but queen C8 infiltration is possible. Queen A5 was also a very annoying move, threatening bishop E3 as well as threatening to take on B5. Already a difficult position. An important central square has been given away by knight E8 and rook D5, and bishop B6, queen into B5. White is now winning. Knight into D5, AD5. The bishop on C2 has suddenly gained great strength. It's now just lost. White has various options. If white is able to lift the knight and put the knight on E4, it will be very strong. Queen A2 looks like a possibility to facilitate knight D2 and knight E4. Queen E4 was played, so white wants to play H4, and perhaps white just wants to play B4, C4 and C5. White wants to play queen F5, several options, king G8 and H4, so H5. Another weakness for black. Anytime white is able to move knight from F3, black will be doomed. Good option looks like B4 and C4 and C5, queen E2, a safer option. Knight G5 is intended, white wants to go for kingside attack. And queen D6, attacking the pawn. B4, had B4 and C4 been there, it might have been a quicker or rather more direct way of playing. D5 pawn is attacked. So some chance of a blockade, but the main problem now is not the weakness of queen side, and the B4 and C5 is not the main danger. The main danger before black is knight G5, which cannot be stopped. White gets knight G5 and queen into H5, knight comes to E4, so game could end with a kingside attack. Bishop D4, trying to create some counterplay to take on B2. Knight G5 still looks very strong, and at this moment one option is to play bishop into G6 as well, although not very healthy option. The purpose is after pawn into bishop, there will be knight into D4 and bishop F4. So bishop into G6 has to be taken with the queen, and then there is an option of knight into E5. Not a very desirable way of playing though. White has big advantage, and white plays even a safeguarding move B3. There is no defense to knight G5 coming. So various options Knight g5 directly giving away bishop into b2 is also a good option, and b3, yes, a sort of very strong move, planning knight g5, queen into h5, knight e4. White is in a winning position. Materially it's equal, but white has 3 connected passed pawns, which is almost a winning advantage here, and black is almost black has no time, 34 seconds for 3 moves. Yes, after 3 moves there is no additional time control, so he is going to play on this borrowed time. As he makes a move, he is going to get 30 seconds, and he is borrowing those 30 seconds by making a quick move and gives those 30 seconds and thinks about the next move in these 30 seconds. The moment he fails to complete the move, he loses in time. So we can say that white is now winning this game. Let's move to the second game, board 2. Amir Audi of Goa International Master has taken on Alexei Fedorov. Alexei Fedorov is from Belarus, and the game had been played in an unscientific way by the Belarus player. As we saw, exchange of good piece and the bad bishop was left over. A strange combination which white played, indeed a dubious combination, because what's important is not the pieces that get exchanged, but what pieces are left on the board. And we see after the preliminary exchange here, we have a white bishop on g2 saddled without any threats. So practically we are discussing that e5 is a forced move, otherwise the bishop would be really bad. Black correctly plays knight d7, queen f3. It was prudent to take the bishop first, queen f3 trying to take on b7, rook b8, so bishop f4 and knight into e5, queen d5. Black has won a pawn and with no counterplay to white. Oh, beautiful move, knight c4. After exchange of black bishops, black is in a winning position. Normally, if the queens are on the board, it's really good for black, but even here even without the queens, black is in a winning position. The g2 bishop has no target. Its target only on the diagonal, and it would be logical to exchange both the rooks for black. But first an attempt to drive the queen. White wants to create some chances, h5 pawn. So some counterplay is intended, but once black plays f6, and black will be ready to play knight f7 and perhaps knight to e5. Oh, one rook getting exchanged. Black has now dangerous threat himself, rook g6. And the simplest move here could be knight f5, because bishop could never go to d5. White wants to create some play with h6, so knight f5. And now if white plays bishop d5, white has to take into account the deadly move rook e2 check. So the bishop must remain passively guarding the e2 point. The white king has no good square, and if king moves to g2, there is a check on h4 coming. White has literally no moves. Bishop e4 looks necessary here, and then black will probably play knight to h6. Bishop e4 is absolutely forced here. Something wrong with the clock. It's 0.00 at move 37, but we don't have a result of black having won. If the clock shows 00, it means black has actually won the game. This doesn't look like the case. Let's look at bishop d5 move then. Rook e2 check, knight h4 check, and knight into g6. So bishop c6 move, also rook e2 check and knight h4 check, and then knight into g6 goes. So no reasonable continuation for white anyway. So we are going to see a first Grandmaster loss in this tournament, in this round. We have third round game, a very sharp position by international master Ratnakaran and against Grandmaster Ashtabaz of Iran. So we'll go back to the opening phase where black played some very committal moves. Knight h5 was a slow move, trying to drive away the knight first and then come back to f6. White got a chance to advance, and the knight is threatening to go to c4 and d6. So black tries to stop it. Now white is another very committal move by black. Black gives away all the white squares. So white gets possibility of moving the pieces to very good squares. Knight c4, white is aggressive. Rook d6, pawns attacked. Queen d3, black ready to penetrate. White ready to penetrate. Black must close the file. But then we now have a extremely bad pawn structure. White has blockaded the pawn. It's protected pass pawn, which is supposed to be a big advantage. And if the pawn can, if the d3 could be moved, if the queen on d3 could be moved, then black could have a good position. Just in such position, as long as it's middle game, white has very good initiative. If it gets to end game, perhaps black would be better. So rook d5, bishop f8. White should get b4 quickly. Rook b5, white wants to play b4. Black wants to play knight e6 and knight c5. More or less, if black is able to attack the e4 pawn with knight on c5, it's going to be bad for white. So b4 is compulsory now, and queen c6. White can't move the rook. Queen b3 looks like a logical move here, and then probably rook d5 next. Knight b3. So well, queen b3 looked more natural. Knight b3 intends to play rook c1 perhaps, and then knight into e5 or something. So they wants to disturb the rook. That's the reason why queen b3 would have been safer, because now the rook is under trouble. In such position, the b5 rook is not a very well placed piece, and queen b3 might have been a way of trying to prevent the threats. Of course, black has the option of moving the queen and the rook d5, then you have still knight c7 and the rook has no good square. So it could have been a complex variation with b5 coming, but now it seems that some material has to be given away. So Taibaz from Iran has either blundered got the rook trapped, or he has some plan of giving up the piece for some initiative. I can't see a way to advance the pawns. If white could advance the pawns, that could be good. And is queen c4 check followed by a5 possible? I don't think so, because black plays queen c4 check, king moves, and a5, black takes queen into b5. And when white takes the c7 knight, black checkmates queen into f1. The f1 rook is hanging and it will be lost. So queen c4 check was an option when king h8 was possible. Rook c1, okay, wants to play rook c6 and then queen c4 check, rook e6, preventing. So a5 is again met with queen into b5. So king g1. Should white succeed in getting a5, then black could have some problems. Otherwise, black has a very strong position. Queen c4, yes, knight attack, bishop c3, and a5 is now possible, yes. a5, queen into b5, queen into c7, queen into b3. So a5 not possible. Knight c5 traps the rook, pins the rook and traps it. Rook a2. Suddenly the pawns have become strong, and white is now threatening to take on e6, and after knight into e6, perhaps, yeah, but a6 is still not easy to achieve. a5. The pawns are not rolling, but the material disadvantage is now considerably less. White is probably going to get players safeguarding king g2 before capturing. a5 is not yet a plan for black, but for white a5 is not yet a plan. First time I am seeing Ratnakaran left with less than 15 minutes. Now really a very fast player, a great sense of tactics and the good tactical judgment, plays, spots brilliant combinations in no time, but I think defense is not what he really likes, and perhaps that could be a reason why white has improved the position to the extent that now black is struggling to defend this position. Let's move to the next board, board 4. Woman Grandmaster Nandita, a very sharp, aggressive player, playing against Hesham Abdul Rahman. Hesham Abdul Rahman is from Egypt, and a very sharp opening. Nandita conceded center control to the opponent for the for creating dangerous threats and weaknesses in enemy army. So this we left it around this stage, bishop c5, and then white had played with the king to b1, rook b8, and rook to c1. White is ready to even play c3 or c4 if required. A nice move by black. I was wondering if it was a wise decision for Nandita to protect the g3 pawn to meet f5 with f3, but surely she has different plans. She is taking the challenge. Black has sacrificed the pawn, but black wants to play e4 next. So the bishop on d3 is now going to face some problems due to the threat of e4. f3 is not a good move because knight comes to g3. So a square has been created for the bishop. I think white has a good position. Bishop c2, a prophylactic move. White is ready to play g4. So knight d7, bishop e3, c5. It is also possible to continue the attack with h5 and sacrifice perhaps pawn into pawn, rook into pawn. But this looks like a safer way of playing. But black pawns are coming ahead and it's not very easy. A sacrifice which we are discussing looks powerful. Black is unable to take. Black attacks the knight. The knight is actually supported with the pawn, but since the b pawn is pinned and can't go to a4, black wants to take queen into knight, and black may suddenly take bishop into rook as well. Rook h4, both the hanging pieces, the hanging rook guards the hanging knight, which means that black was likely to play c4 here or d4. So two pieces attacked now, e3 piece and the a4 piece. Rook g4, attempt for a kingside attack. So it would be prudent to capture the e3 bishop here because the bishop is threatening to go to h6. Black also has knight f6, as we saw. Again, three pieces attacked now, e3 attacked and a4 attacked, and bishop h6, knight into g4. She wants to play bishop into g7. It's now getting very dangerous. Lot of material could be lost. d3, a nice move, and in case of queen into d3, there is king into g7 coming, and in case of bishop into d3, perhaps white can just take queen into a4. The queen guards the g4 knight, and we have a tough game. We don't have a further record of the moves, and the score 0-0, 0.00 suggests that somewhere the game has been halted. Let's move to the next game. So excellent energetic game by Hesham, though I'm sure that Nandita had very good initiative for the weaknesses opponent had. Somewhere she missed to take f5 into account, and now it seems that black is doing well. Black seems to be better because queen into d3 is met with king into g7 and bishop into d3 can be met with either with both e4, queen into g4, then d into c2 check first, and then comes queen g6, and the attack ends, white's attack ends, and black's material plays an important role. Let's move to the board number 5. Inyan, the top seed, who had made a draw yesterday, was not in the 100% points. So far we saw players with 3 points from 3 games. Now we have games, 6 more games where players are playing with 2.5 points from 3 games, which means 2 wins and 1 draw, and this is the 4th round. So we can go back a few moves. We had left this opening at this interesting stage, and black was unable to play b6. White's knights were quite strong. Let's see how black continues, because Inyan seems to have won this game. So Utkal Ranjan Sahu, who has been pushed down to rope, seems to have made some mistake. It's important to exchange one of the knights with knight e8. I think a too ambitious a move. It would be safer to play something like knight d7, trying to exchange one knight. Knight on c5 is very strong and shouldn't be left as it is. e4, white wants to activate the only piece that was not possible to activate, now has been permitted. Black offers a pawn. Bishop into pawn is not good, because black then would play rook h8 and rook into h3. So knight c4. So white is willing to give the e4 bishop for a knight, because the c8 bishop is a really bad piece, and the knights are exchanged as a result. Knight into e4 was an option, but then after knight into e4 it was not very easy to continue the development. So knight f6, knight into d6, king into d6, bishop f3. White has various plans here. Now g4, g5 is one of the plans. Now g5, aggressive move, pawn into pawn, rook into pawn. One still has a possibility of g4, the chances of advancing the pawn. Also the white king would be very safe on f4 if the rook remains in g5. The bishop is not coming to c8 so easily, but c8 bishop is not coming out so easily. And the time to play bd7, h5, pawn into pawn, rook f5. Black is playing for initiative, but black has created an outside passed pawn for white. And now rook e5 is a possibility, attacking the knight, and rook e5, black just moves the knight. So rook g1, threatening rook g8 here. So bishop d7, king e3, knight f6, rook goes to g7, e5. Finally the bishop has been opened up, but it seems that black's pieces are hanging and white's pieces are also hanging. ed4 check and f3, sharp position which has to be specifically analyzed in detail. Bishop g4, there would be ed4 check. There's knight e4 check, knight into knight, bishop into knight here, but black has good game after ed4 check. So knight into d7 and rook d7 check and bishop g4. How is the pawn ending there? Knight into d7, that would be ed4 check, intermezzo, king into d4. Well, knight into d7 and rook d7 check, or knight into d7 and bishop g4 looks like a very interesting possibility. Knight into d7, yes, ed4 check. King into d4 looks like a more normal move, but it's also possible to move the king to e2, perhaps rook e8 check. No, I think it's better to take, and black plays c5. Knight into d7 could have been met with rook into d7 check and bishop g4, and then black has a bad ending. c5 check. So if white takes knight into c5, then black will take on f3. How about rook into c5, attacking the rook and also attacking the b8 rook as well as the rook with the rook. Knight into c5. Let's see what's wrong with rook into c5 here. Rook into c5. If rook into f3, then there is knight into b8 and rook into c5, rook f4 check was probably what he wanted to play, and king e3, knight into d7 or something. Yes, it's a sharp move. Knight into c5. So he just wants to take on b7 after rook into f3. So knight into b7 check, king e6. And there is rook a2 check. The king is really into trouble. So we have a combination coming or no? King f5, knight d6, king f5, knight d6, then king f4, the king, and then we have rook e4 check, knight into e4, rook g4 mate. Is there a combination? King f5, knight d6 check, king f4, rook e4 check, knight into rook, and we have rook g4 checkmate. Yes, played the combination, a nice game by Nyan. I think a good combination and good analysis at this stage. White has found a forced win here in knight into c5, so no need to go into the complications resulting from rook into c5, knight into c5 and knight into b7 check, and a forced variation that leads to a pretty checkmate. Because the checkmate on g4 and e4 is guarded by one piece, the knight on f6, it's a natural combination of deflection, rook check, knight into rook, and then rook g4 checkmate. The only move is to take the rook, and then comes rook g4. Nice game by the top seed on the 5th board. We come to the next game. A position which we had discussed, white was practically compelled to play pawn into pawn and d4. Black is compelled to play c4 here, and now the a2 bishop, as we saw, would be a problem. A game between Teterov and Shamnikil, both very strong players. Teterov is from Belarus, Shamnikil from Tamil Nadu, India. So bishop on a2 is a matter of concern. Everything else is good for white, but bishop is a big problem, and black has good space because of this. Knight to e2, knight c8. Black wants to improve the knight from b6 to c8 and then d6, and the knight could go either to b5 or to f5 depending on which wing you want to play. If you want to play on the queen side, then put the knight on b5 perhaps. If you want to play on the king side, put the knight on f5. b5 would be a more natural position, though. A correct decision by white. White e3 bishop was becoming a target, and now the bishop is free to move to f4. Bishop has been activated, queen has moved, black wants to play knight b5, and white would be required to play c3 then. White plays in advance. Should black put the knight on e4? Looks a very natural square, knight on e4, and then queen must find a way, and black could regroup the bishop to c8 and f5. That looks like a possibility as well. Knight e4, queen c1. Let's see if bishop c8 is possible. Looks like a possibility, though there is knight g5 coming, but you have bishop f5, so I think a possibility. Rook e6, okay. The b7 bishop is a problem. If that was on f5, black would be already in a much better position. But yes, the a1 rook and the bishop are left out of the board. The matter, the bishop on b1, rook on a1, the a2 bishop has come to a better square, but it has not completely solved white's problems. Bishop into e4, rook into e4, rook into pawn into e4. Black has a fluid pawn structure now, and at the same time, if white exchanges a few pieces, black pawns could become really weak. So queen e6 guarding the pawn. Queen f1, then bishop d5. Black wants to put bishop on d5 and then drive away the white knight with f6. Once Once the c4 pawn is guarded, f6 becomes a threat, trapping the piece. So here f6 was not possible because knight into c4, queen e6 threatens f6. If white plays queen f1, black plays bishop d5, guarding the c4 point and then threatening f6. So white creates a square on g4. h5 would be a too ambitious a move, but g5. Okay, a risky move, opening up the king, but trying to win a pawn. Bishop e3, f6. So not taking a pawn, but planning to drive away the enemy pieces. Knight g4, and h5 could be a good move instead of trying to grab a pawn. Queen d5. Okay, so black wants to play f5, f4, some sacrifice, and then e3, checkmate against g2. If the e4 pawn is not there, the queen on d5 and bishop on b7 would concentrate against the g2 point. So queen f1 looks like a normal move for white. Knight h6 check. Oof, a nice combination, attacking two pieces with bishop into knight. Then white queen comes to h5 and two of black pieces are attacked, e8 and h6. Both can't be guarded. So white is in fight. Maybe queen d5 was too ambitious and they could have just gone for a straightforward h5, forcing the knight back to h2 and then move the queen to f7. Black would be ready to advance the pawns. Queen d5, yes, a nice move indeed. Knight h6 check. Not capturing doesn't seem to be a solution because white goes queen h5 and then comes back knight g4 anyway. Queen h5, the rook being a stronger piece has to be guarded. So rook e6, pawn has been taken. But now suddenly white has a good position. Black has too many weaknesses and white has a strange plan of rook a4 and rook b4, which can be difficult. White also has a plan of g4 followed by queen coming to h2, and sudden penetration on the black squares is possible. Rook b6, trying to take care of the problem, wanting to win the pawn. Rook a2. Eventually the b2 pawn will be lost, but if black really plays queen b5 and queen b3 and tries to take the pawn, there's an excellent chance that white would get a winning attack. In fact, black's king side is very weak and perhaps not a very good decision to move the queen from d5. Queen e8 check threatened. Black correctly regrouped the pieces. Queen d1. Okay, there is no need to move back this active queen and king g7. So strange move, queen d1. Nothing was really threatened or attacked, and white comes back queen to d1. Apparently white has no plan for himself. Again we have clock has stopped, so probably we are not getting the next moves. Let's move the next board. Black seems to be fine, but black has lost all the advantage for sure. Black king is weak without any real compensation. Let's look at the game between strategic master and the great opening theoretician Igor Glek, who was playing for Russia several years. Now he's playing for Belgium. He's playing against national under 9 champion, I think national junior champion as well. Very few players win more than one age group events. Saurav Anand has won at least 2 age group national events. Let's see how the game goes. More or less a natural player, Saurav Anand, and Glek is just a very standard player of the Soviet school. The standard exact patterns he plays and tries to gain advantage in the same way as prescribed in the books. So e5, sharp move, and queens. I don't see any reason why pawn could not be taken, but black has now a lot of weaknesses. Black tries to complicate the matters. White takes a pawn, black takes a pawn. The knight cannot be taken because black rook on d8 then comes to d1 and white king will get checkmated. So black has recovered the pawn, but white's pawn majority is healthier than black's, and white is going to advance the king side pawns. Black exchanges the powerful rook by white, knight check, king c. It was possible to attack the knight, but it was very risky. King d e6, rook e1 would have led to complicated position. Black knight on c3 is a good piece. If it was not there, white would be better, but knight d3, an attempt to win a pawn. The pawn is attacked, and if b6, then the a6 pawn is lost. So rook e8 gives up a pawn and tries to play for some threats. f4 and rook e2, counter attack starts. f5, knight d5 stopping the pawn, and rook f1. White wants to advance the pawn. We had seen the position here where black would be compelled to lose a pawn. Knight into b7, c4 was a possibility, but black is taking on f6 anyway. So knight into b7, knight into f6, a pawn has been lost, and perhaps knight c5 could lead to more gain of more material. Knight c5. The chief threat is knight d7, converting into a winning pawn ending. So black gets out of the pin. White plays c4. The a pawn is now attacked. a5 and knight d3. Rook a1 was a possibility, but black would put knight to g4 and knight to e3. Now that is, black is now looking for counterplay. Rook e4. There is a threat of knight coming to f4 with a check, and black rook would be lost. So rook is attacked, and rook a1, the weak pawn has been attacked. Rook e3, a good move, attacking the knight. Knight f2, and then king h5, taking the h4 pawn. A sharp endgame, very sharp endgame. A rook ending, but a pawn down without real compensation. b4, c5, pawn takes pawn. I think a difficult position because, well, one is to see rook g7 check. White has a plan king h2 and king h3 and g3, but what next? Eventually, white will have to exchange the c pawn. The other idea of taking the king to a queen side and win the white rook with the king is not likely, although king f2 and king e2, king d3. Yes, white could play on both sides. Black has very little time, and let's see how the game went. King f2, rook check, and king e1, and a checkmate threat. King d1 was a safer move here, I think, because king d1 would force the rook back, and then we would have the option rook check. Probably it would say, he wants the king on the king side, okay. So king f1 back, and king d4, and king g1. So he wanted the king to go and attack the pawn. So king h2 and king h3 is what he wants to play. King h2 will be met with rook c3, and then here white also has the option of rook h7 and then next move taking on h4, but black will play h3 there. So king h2 looks but rook h7, yes, king h2 and then rook h7, probably direct rook h7, black has h3, white can capture pawn into pawn. So even that's not a great danger to white. What happens if black leaves the h4 pawn and tries to take the c7 pawn? White is thinking king h2 looks like a logical way of playing, but there doesn't seem to be a very concrete plan. Anytime white wins the h4 pawn with the rook and black is able to take the c7 pawn, it's more likely to be a theoretical draw because black king is near the white's g pawn. It's not very far. So there are excellent chances of a draw. Let's see what happens in the next game. We have Rohit versus Vianney of Mangalore here. So we had a strange game where the opening was very complex and white had a very strong pawn. White made a powerful sacrifice pawn into b4. We had left it soon after this stage, f5 followed by king f2, and the bishop wants to move. Yes, we had left it at exactly this stage. We were pondering on h7 followed by f into e6, or bishop g5 first, bishop c6, queen f4, and bishop into e4, queen into e4, rook d7. Black plans to take rook into h7 now. So bishop f6, rook into h7, rook into h7, knight into h7, pawn into e6, pawn into e6, g5. White has a passed pawn and white wants to advance that. A piece has to be given for this pawn. We have 2 pieces for a rook, but black has many pawns. Black has rook and 3 pawns for 2 minor pieces. White needs to win a few pawns in order to do something. Queen f5 was also a possibility. Queen g8, guarding everything. Bishop f6. It's not easy. It's not easy to force a win for black either, because advancing the queen side pawns is the right way. If the queens are not there, black simply advances the queen side pawns and wins. With the king on the board, it's not easy to advance the queen side pawns. So black will try to queens exchange, and now black should just play b5 and a5. a5 first, okay. King a2 and a4. Knight into e6. Knight was threatening to come to c5 followed by b3. In case of a3, white was planning to play knight c5 and then a2, then knight b3. So b6, knight f8, a3 looks possible here, and knight into rook, king into knight, e6 check. No, a3, knight into rook, and if a2, we have a completely different position. But if knight into e7, king into e6 check, and bishop into d4 is a plan. So bishop is attacked. So e6 can never come. Bishop h8 is not obviously a great idea. First you have to guard the knight. So king d3 gives up the knight. I think it's black is queening the pawn. e6 the only way, and then knight is taken, bishop is taken. All those options are there. Rook into bishop has a problem with e7. After e7, the pawn would be queening. So rook into bishop into d4 and a3, bishop e7, rook f3 check, and black goes king d7 next, and black wins. So white moves the king. Black doesn't queen the pawn, but black plays king d7 first, and when white takes the rook, black makes the queen. So black wins here. But what a fight. Black was left only with 1 minute. A good game, but a very smooth game by Vianney after a particular time, although white had a lot of threats, and at some stage white was better. Let's move to the 9th board. Also we have a resulting game where Nitin has defeated Narkat. We'll see quickly how the game went. Yes, we had seen at this stage 96. Yeah, we saw white had won a pawn. Black had blundered with d5. White has won a pawn, though black is making it complex, but quite a few pieces attacked now. And knight b4, bishop into c5, queen into d2. This is the position we were looking at, and after the rook attacking the queen, the b4 knight was being lost. But even better, bishop into f8, a3. White is going to be an exchange up, and black's counter chances are very limited. Black is trying to create counterplay with queen e4 to come. Queen e4, so white stops. Queen c5 check, rook d4, f4, knight c6 was the option, but then there was a problem with queen a3, and knight c6 was a possibility. Queen into b7, knight into d4, so knight c6. What did white want to do for queen c6 or knight c6? Even queen c6 made some sense, because white would have to play something like bishop d5, f4, okay, bishop f7, The rook is pinned. Now queen c6, bishop d5. Here somehow the knight is now attacked, so f4 probably lost the tempo. Queen c6, bishop d5, knight into d5, rook into d5, and there's no rook check. h6, queen b5. Once the queen is driven from the diagonal, black has no realistic chance. But yes, attacking the d5 and attacking the g3 point. So rook d3, both guarded. Bishop f3, rook into f3. Gained the exchange. Is the rook lost? I think he missed the possibility of queen e8 check and queen e4 check. Bishop f3, ambitious move, threatening mate with queen g3, attacking the rook. But surely one has to calculate the consequences of rook into f3, rook into f3, queen e8 check and queen e4 check and take the f3 rook. So surely black resigns here. Move the board 9, board 10. Local player Bajaj Prakhar is playing against Kushagra Mohan. And Prakhar Bajaj had played a good game, although he lost yesterday, but it was an interesting opening. We left at this stage where white queen was stuck, and white has good pawn structure, but the queen was stuck. Let's see how we tackle the problem. So black is unable to trap the queen, and that's the crux of it. It's very risky, but now black has made all the preparation. Not yet, because rook h7 will still be met with rook into d6. So black is trying to make provision to trap the queen. c4. White creates a square. So the queen is still trapped, but it's not possible to attack it. And now the c6 pawn is under attack. c5. Knight d8 would sort of give up the idea of winning the pawn. White gets knight to d4. So c5 and rook d1. Nice move, attacking d6 pawn. And there we have rook into d6. Knight c5 only move. The queen and knight both are attacked. So knight c5, rook into d7. And now we see double rooks. Excellent play by Prakhar Bajaj. Black is going to get mated probably. Knight d4. So threatening knight e6 check followed by rook checkmate. And how does it? Yes, must play here. And now was the simplest way, rook a7, or let's see, knight into b3 perhaps, rook b7, simplest, wins the pawn. And knight c5, rook b8 check, and knight into b3. A strategically lost position. Rook e1 checking as to rook b1. The tactical part of this position is that if knight into c5, then the b8 rook is hanging. So rook b5, attacking the knight, a nice move. If rook into knight, then rook into knight. So knight into b3 and a6. Black knight is pinned and white wants to play a7, which means that white is going to get back the knight and nothing much left. White wins. A great game by the local star Prakhar Bajaj. Let's move to game 11. Sarvatwala versus Nilesh Shah. Nilesh plays very sharp games, and I believe that he had created a very risky situation for him on the king side, and the bad bishop that was being exchanged. Yes, he got a chance. We are looking at this when black didn't get an opportunity of playing bishop a6. Black was trying to play bishop to a6, and we saw queen a5, and now black is ready for bishop a6. Yeah, we left at this stage bishop e2, bishop h4, threatening queen e1, bishop d3, and bishop a6 actually played. The bishops get exchanged. White has a bad bishop, but black has too many weaknesses as well. So bishop into d3, queen into d3, g into f5. White needs to penetrate with queen e2 and queen h5. Perhaps black had bishop into d3. Instead of g into e5, queen e1 deserved attention because the f2 would be attacked. Queen e1 was a dangerous possibility to g into f5, queen d1 threatening queen h5, so a5, queen into a5, queen h5. So queen d8, queen into h7, not going for the e6 pawn immediately. Queen f7 looked more direct. King f1, a4, king a2. He's not going for the e pawn. That's, I think, a bit. Yeah, so he has won the pawn now, and all the pawns are gone. And queen b2 check takes care of this. Queen h7, a nice move. Queen h7 and queen c7, and white could just advance one of the pawns. e6 would, e6 black wants to play bishop into c5. Black's plan is to play bishop into c5 here, and if after the queen exchange, if white takes bishop into c5, then the a1 pawn queens. So f4 guarding the e5 pawn, bishop into c5 is still a possibility. Bishop into c5, queen into queen check probably, and the bishop moves to a1. White is winning. King c8, e6. Now bishop into c5. How does it help? I don't know. Queen into queen check, king into queen, and bishop a1. White is ready to play f5 and f6 now. Bishop e7, f5, c5, and e4. This is a good trap if f6, bishop into f6, and bishop into f6, d4. So e4, nice move, d4, and now e5, bishop h4, we have now f6, threatening f7, the king must go and block it, and now white brings out the king, king e8, and king e4, d3, a desperate attempt, I think, king into d3, bishop f2, plans to exchange the bishop with bd4, and here, well, the clocks have stopped. We don't know. Black wants to play bishop d4 here, and if e7, then bishop d4 anyway. King c4, also bishop d4. King c4, bishop d4. King b3, bishop into a1, king into a2, and bishop d4. Bishop into e5, king b3, bishop into f6, king c4, bishop e7. So bd4 is now a threat, and what could be the defense against it? King c4, king e7, bishop d4, king e4 is, king e4, bishop d4, king f5 is too slow, bishop into a1, and then e7, bishop into e5, king e6, bishop into f6. So okay, it's still complicated position. Black wants to play bd4. The problem is white can give up the bishop for the pawn, for the a pawn, but then king c2 or king c3, king c4 doesn't make a difference. Bishop d4, king b3, and bishop into king c2, bishop into bishop d4. White can't still play bishop into d4 because then the d pawn would queen. So as we see, king c2, bishop d4, one must play king b3, bishop into a1, king into a2, then bishop into e5, and white could play f7 check followed by king b3 and king c4. Now with the three pawns, white should be in a position to create a fortress, but not a 100% draw. Black has suddenly got some threats here. The entire position starting with decision to exchange queens turns out to be dubious, but here bishop a1 somewhere here, yes, here f6 was not possible, that was a major problem, and e4, d4, e5, bishop h4, the threat of d3 check can't be stopped, so f6, king e8, king d3. f7 didn't really add to in any way. King would come to e7, white goes king d3. Yeah, this is a position where perhaps white could have tried. Not many options though. no moves left. A nice idea, and we have a very complex position. Bishop coming to d4. e7, bishop d4, f7 doesn't help as well. h4 is too slow. Bishop d4, h5, bishop into a1. White pawn is very far. So let's move to the next board. Black is going to win a bishop, and whether the game is drawn, we don't know. Okay, a nice win for Sri Lankan De Silva. It looked that she was in a difficult position sometime. Let's go back to something like this. Yes, we looked at this position where white was not really doing well. Queen e2, a strange move, and king h1. b5. Yes, a tactical possibility, but how strong is the pawn? Perhaps a preparatory rook b1, but now rook b1 and rook b8 is a threat. And let's see. Rook a2, queen e3, queen a6. So rook b1 and rook b8. Rook b1, okay. Rook b8, there is mate on f1, so you have to go. White is now, black is ready to play e5. So rook b8 check, king f7, you need to guard f1. Now back, rook g1 would have been a safer move now because something is going. Queen has been won for sure, but yes, so the b pawn has really become strong, and here at this stage we must see if something like a more sober move like knight d7 was possible, or yes, b5. Yeah, white was in a strong position. Yes, too. See, rook b8 is going to be a threat, huge threat. Yeah, f6, king f7 too slow because white wins the queen and there is hardly any play. Yeah, we'll not see the rest of the game. I think only a couple of moves and white wins the game. So board 13, let's have a look at board 13 now. And so Nitin Babu versus Ritviz Parab, a very sharp game was being played, and Ritviz had sacrificed or lost an exchange. And we had left at this stage where black was struggling for equality. Yeah, this was the position where rook c1 and bishop d7 trying to create a fortress. Knight b5, bishop c5, bishop c7, bishop into b5. A very committal move. Can't see why that was played. Bishop into bishop, pawn into bishop. The threat is b7, so bishop c4 closing the file, and then is b5 possible? b5 pawn takes pawn. Yes, b5, black cannot play pawn into pawn, black cannot play bishop into pawn. So b5, a5 looks necessary, and then rook a1, let's see b5, a5, rook a1, and king f8, and rook into a5 is not possible, so rook b1, rook b8, rook into b7, rook into pawn b6. Excellent, seems to be going on well if the pawn is not lost. Rook a8, f6, h4. No improvement for white, perhaps. Exchange up, but no improvement. Can't afford to give the pawn. So draw was agreed here. We have to move to board 14. Black win. Ayush Sharma has defeated El Gabri Mohsin. Yeah, we had left it this stage around and white at castle. Black started the attack. So we quickly see the moves. Black is getting a strong attack by advancing the queenside pawns. White has no real threats. White's threats haven't started yet. G5 would be a preferable, but I remember a lot of activity happened in this subsequently. Black attacks the pawn and then now black pushes the queenside pawns. Knight c3, king c2, knight into d1 was a possibility, but c5, f5, c4, really a sharp game, pawn into pawn, b3 check. The knight can't be captured because quick checkmate. King d2, knight into b1, then comes rook into a4, pawn into g6, knight into g6, queen h6. But perhaps it was safer to play bishop into g6, but rook a7. Here we had a move g5, yes, there is a threat, and g into f6 was one of the considerations. Yeah, it was played, bishop into f3 and bishop into g6, but black is not compelled to capture, and instead black has a powerful bishop check coming or a queen check coming, and bishop c3 we have. So bishop in g into f6 wasn't really a great move, but already white's threats have ended and black has really started threatening. Bishop b4 check is a threat, and in case of queen b4 check is also probably a threat, and rook f1 would be too passive, so the game ended quickly with bishop into g6 being replied with queen b4 check. Bishop c3 is met with rook a2 check followed by queen into c3 check to come. So black won here, white resigned, and let's look at the last board. Still in progress, I believe. Yeah, this is a game we saw only once, roughly. Yeah, when none of the sides had a passed pawn. We looked at such a position where position could be roughly equal, and a committal move by white, a complex move. So both sides now get a protected passed pawn. White wants to put knight b4 is an interesting possibility, but he is afraid of knight c4 attacking too many pawns. White has a possibility of knight c4 here as well. Knight c4 would attack e5 as well as b6 pawns, knight b2, b5, pawn into pawn, bishop into pawn, knight c4, king f6, a pawn has been taken, h5, knight c4, knight b4, knight d6, bishop e2, bishop c6, knight d3 check was a possibility, bishop c6, knight c4. So white has a extra pawn, and if white is able to drive away the knight, then it could really mean something. King f1. Black has activity. Black is trying to give some threats. So a complete blockade is intended. Black wants to put knight on f4. Black could have two passed pawns, which are much more dangerous than white pawns. Knight f4 itself is a possibility. Knight e3, and it's white who makes a new move. Knight c1, b4, d3, knight c4, knight b3, d2 is now a threat, b5, bishop d7, knight e3, king g5. So a sharp game. And now d2, threatening bishop into c4, no, bishop into c4, you have b7 again, knight d1, king f4 perhaps, or bishop into c4, d7, b7 wins for white. So either knight retreat, then knight into d2 will come. So king f6, king f4 was a possibility, but the king could very well get checkmated. Knight e3, knight c5. Indeed a complex battle, and very tactical position. So Amrov and Aswath, finally a piece has been given, and now he wants to take back the piece with knight c5. And now knight f3 check and g2 mate. White has played a over-ambitious game. White can make a queen by force, but then black plays knight into f3 check and king h1 and g2 checkmate, checkmate the pawn. So too ambitious play, trying to win the position, which was actually good, but a piece sacrifice wasn't good. So we had a very interesting round. Let's go back and see the results. Dipan Chakravarti has won. A strange decision by Savchenko at some times. And a nice game we had seen up to this level. And c4, bishop d4 and knight g5. Dipan goes for direct tactics. b3 was very good we saw, but black had no time. Black doesn't have the courage to take on b2, but yeah, it was bad, but I don't know how knight f8 is better than that, because now you take on b2, it's going to lead to equally dire consequences. f5, really a weak and weakening move, allowing losing a pawn. Strange move, strange move f5, bishop into f5. Now the threat of bishop e6 check, and well, knight into the queen h7 check and knight into e6 check. Yeah, it's resigns because knight into e6 check, everything is lost, and yes, knight after knight into d4, queen g8 check. It's a nice game by Dipan, who continues to remain in the lead. Ameya Odi, that was a winning position for Ameya, and he lost back the extra pawn, and now it seems that White did play strong tactically. White made a sacrifice at 6. The knight into h6 was the most principled move, I believe here. Knight into h6, no. Compel your opponent to play rook into h6. It was, but the b6 pawn he was afraid of. Pawn has been lost back and no advantage left now. Just a very slight technical advantage left, no advantage. Rather, okay, white got, black is being driven back. Not a very great opening, or not a very great endgame. So it's difficult to see who is playing for a win. Both sides give a lot of checks, and then suddenly white decides to go for the pawn. So pawn for pawn, and they are eliminating pawns after pawn. d3, bishop f3, rook into b3, rook d5, and a draw is in sight. I think the result can't be anything other than a draw. Simple position, no real chances for either side, and we can expect a draw here. Third board, Ratnakaran was struggling in a difficult position, and now let's see. Yes, there are quite a few pawns. Rook a6, queen attack, and counter attack. Rook into d6, bishop into a7, rook into d3, rook c3, and rook c8. A sort of complete bind. White king could now come up with king g2 and king h3 as well. Rook h8, and the black forces will eventually win the pawn, but f3, king h3, king g4 is a good plan. Second plan is just f3 and h4, direct h4 perhaps. You need to capture on b. It could have been safer to play f3 first and then h4, and then you would have the e4 pawn alive. Yeah, but we win a piece purely. Black loses a piece for the pawn, and it would have been logical to save the bishop and play e4. That did offer good chances to play save the bishop. He chooses to save the knight and probably tries to create a fortress. Not very likely to succeed. A white rook would give a check on f8 after rook a8. I think rook a8 looks rook a5, okay. King e6, rook a8, yes, knight f6, and then king f3. So no entry, no chance of serious defense. King f5 looks forced because the knight move would allow king to come up. And after king f5, there's no king f5, rook f8, and the king goes back. Then white probably plays king g3, king h4. Still there is no entry. A long game there. Some chances of a draw, although it should be a forced win for the press. And here we have Nandita playing against Hasham. I think Nandita was in a winning position when we left last. Yeah, it's quite some time back we saw this. No, Nandita was in a difficult position probably, yes. Bishop into g7 and d3, yes, d3 had come and d into c2 check, exchange down, queen g6 or bishop g6, so queen g6 more logical, queen into queen, bishop into queen, and after bishop is saved, black has a move c4. This seems to be very dangerous for white, c4. Let's see what happened here. How did black survive this one? CBAB and then rook d1, knight c4, which means there's a4 as well. So rook d8, perhaps no plan. Rook d1 and a3 check in case of knight takes on e5. So knight a complete blockade. Rook d1, knight into pawn, rook f1, and bishop into c2 is not working, okay. King f7, c4. So black pawns have been stopped in a very tricky manner, and rook b3 checking a2, nothing is happening. There is also a g pawn. White makes it clear to keep the pawns as they are. Bishop into pawn, knight into bishop, pawn, then c6, and rook b4 and rook c4. Probably. So I think a tactical blunder allowing a knight fork, and now she wants to play a bishop ending, which is completely lost after c7 and support the pawn with bb6, and white just advances the g pawn with the support of the king. How did this end in a draw? Let's see. It looks quite a obvious win if white wants to take the e5 pawn. Keeping the pawn on white squares is a good policy, but here it takes away the entry square and suddenly we have king into bishop. So the bishop got trapped here, and in case of, yes, I think moving the king to b4 here turned out to be a crucial mistake. Moving the king to d2 was the simplest way, and then to e3. Anytime black attacked the bishop with king b5, one could come bishop c3 and then support it. Bishop c8 and king b4, a strange move, and bishop g4. And now anytime one plays king b5, king's c5 is met with bishop e6 check, and then king b5. So king b5 traps the bishop. f3, bishop e6, king b5. Bishop b4 was a possibility, and then it would be replied with king c6 attacking the pawn, and you go back bishop a5. So she decides to give up a bishop. the king is not very far, and king f7, g5, king e8 is the obvious draw, g6, king f8, so only move king f7, bishop a6, so g5, bishop check, must go to f8, and now simplest is I think to block the pawns, f4, and just move the king. Anytime the king comes to the support of the pawn, king f7, we give a bishop check. The king comes back to f6, black goes king e8, and the pawns are blocked, bishop d3, g6, so this is the only plan again, g6, but what next? When you move the king, when white moves the king, black gets king f8, so king e7, king h6, so still no realistic threat, king f6, g7, okay, it's a dead draw now, and no play for, so game ended in a draw. So we have a possibility of Deepan emerging the sole leader depending on the game of Ratnakaran, and Ratnakaran is defending quite well, and it needs to be seen if there is a forced win. It looks like a fortress, although white missed some moves earlier. White should try to go to the king to g5 perhaps, that is a better way, but black is defending it tricky, and we have an extremely technical endgame here, either a forced win or a forced draw. Needs to be analyzed very much in depth, but there is a chance that Deepan Chakravarti goes to the next round as the sole leader with 4 out of 4, and other players following the suit. So tomorrow there will be 2 matches, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, just like yesterday, and we'll have a lot of excitement tomorrow. So I'll end the session here, and see you tomorrow for the 5th round. Bye.